Chapter 2469. Although Suli did not know much about the Yellow the Archmansion, based on Ren Yuanjie's words, he knew the Yellow the Archmansion had a direct connection to the Devata realm. If he had not obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he might have accepted the old man's invitation. However, it was impossible for him to do so now. After all, when he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he had also become the great overarching golden celestial's successor. In the future, when he went to the Devata realm, he would have to become the great overarching golden celestial's disciple. Since Suli had obtained the great overarching golden celestial's successor, it was impossible for him to join another force in the Devata realm. If the Yellow the Archmansion was only a force in the mundane realms, it would be fine. However, the Yellow the Archmansion was not just a force in the mundane realms. "I'm sorry, Senior." Suli shook his head and said bluntly, "If the Yellow the Archmansion is only an ordinary force in the mundane realms, I don't mind joining them. However, the Yellow the Archmansion is not just an ordinary force in the mundane realms. Since I've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, I'm destined to become his disciple when I go to the Devata realm." Based on Suli's words, he made his stance clear. He already had a force in the Devata realm. "Suli, perhaps you don't know." The old man shook his head and said, "To the great overarching golden celestial, you're just one of his many successors in the mundane realms. When you go to the Devata realm in the future, it doesn't matter if you don't become his disciple or join his force. Moreover, the Yellow the Archmansion is one of the top forces in the Devata realm. The old ancestor of the Yellow the Archmansion is a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Even if you join the Yellow the Archmansion, the great overarching golden celestial might not even pay attention to you. Even if he finds out about you, he might not dare to come to the Yellow the Archmansion." The old man's voice was filled with confidence. He was confident in the Yellow the Archmansion. "Senior, do you think I, Suli, am the kind of person who would repay kindness with enmity?" Suli's voice was filled with anger when he heard the old man's words. Suli. Ren Yuanjie's expression. Suli actually dared to act so presumptuously in front of their Yellow the Archmansion's old ancestor. Was he sick of living? After all, even the current mansion master of the Yellow the Archmansion had to be extremely respectful in front of the old ancestor of the Yellow the Archmansion. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. However, the person who was her sword slave a moment ago actually dared to be rude to the old ancestor of the Yellow the Archmansion. The Yellow overarching. Haha, however, the old man wasn't as angry as Ren Yuanjie imagined. Instead, he laughed and said, "Just as I thought. To the overarching to sue overarching, to the overarching." The old man spoke as if he already knew that Suli would reject his invitation. Overarching, overarching overarches, overarching. Overarching overarcher golden, overarching overs overarchovers overs overarching overarches overing force overs S1 overarchovers overarching. Overarching. Overarching 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 overs. Li Shi. No matter what, it's impossible for you to be Yuanjie's sword slave again. And making you her sword slave is also an insult to you. How about this? Since you and Yuanjie have made a promise of 100 years, I'll make the decision this time. I'll invite you to become a guest elder of my Yellow the Archmansion and protect it for 100 years. What do you think? Naturally, I'm talking about the Yellow the Archmansion in the mundane realm. It has nothing to do with the Yellow the Archmansion in the Devata realms. Sure. This time, Suli agreed. This was not against his principles. Moreover, compared to being Ren Yuanjie's sword servant, being a guest elder of the Yellow the Archmansion was much more dignified. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Ren Yuanjie stood at the side. After hearing the old man's words, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She could clearly feel that the current Suli was completely different from the Suli that was her sword servant from before. The latter was like a puppet. The former, on the other hand, was made of flesh and blood. Since the old ancestor respects him so much, with his character of repaying kindness, I'm sure he'll do his best for our Yellow the Archmansion in the next 100 years. Ren Yuanjie was certain Suli would do his best. For this reason, she felt that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. The yellow the Archmansion welcomes you. Since you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, we'll leave now and try our best to find more celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial methods in the beyond heaven's secret zone. After the old man finished speaking, he prepared to leave with Su Li and Ren Yuanjie to search for celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial methods in heaven rank and earth rank treasure vaults in the beyond heaven's secret zone. Although the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had been obtained, the beyond heaven's secret zone would still be open for a long time. As a bodiless celestial, it was fine if he encountered earth rank treasure vaults, but he did not have the right to enter heaven rank treasure vaults. With Su Li and Ren Yuanjie, even if we encounter heaven rank treasure vaults, the celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial methods will belong to the Yellow the Archmansion. The old man was filled with confidence. Senior. At this moment, Su Li did not forget about Duanling Tian. Before we leave, I'd like to say goodbye to my friend. Oh, Duanling Tian? The old man did not seem surprised when he heard Su Li's request. Moreover, he even mentioned Duanling Tian's name when he spoke. Senior, you know my friend? Su Li was stunned. Your friend isn't simple. The old man looked at Su Li meaningfully when he heard Su Li's question. Duanling Tian isn't simple? Su Li was stunned again. Ren Yuanjie said, you must have been bewitched most of the time. That's why you haven't heard any rumors about your friend. Ren Yuanjie, who was standing at the side, said, Duanling Tian has killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. It's said that one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials was killed by him after he obtained a celestial supreme treasure. As far as I know, these rumors aren't baseless, Ren Yuanjie said. Su Li was stunned. He killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Su Li was dumbfounded. Although he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, with the help of his celestial sword, he was only a match for an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. However, his friend had already killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Yes. Moreover, the 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by him without exception. Ren Yuanjie said. Su Li was dumbfounded. Although he had not seen Duanling Tian for many years, he knew Duanling Tian was not weak. He did not expect Duanling Tian to be so strong. That's true. Even Duanling Tian's wife is so strong. How can he be weak? Su Li recalled how he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial with the help of Duanling Tian's wife, Ke. Otherwise, he would not have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, if he did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he would not be able to obtain it. However, Duanling Tian's wife, Ke, had given him the opportunity to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. The matter of him killing 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials is a thing of the past. The old man said, before all of you came out, Duanling Tian had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. If I don't use a celestial supreme treasure, I'll definitely be at a disadvantage if I fight him with a celestial supreme treasure. When the old man reached the end of his sentence, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance. After Duanling Tian used a mysterious celestial method to snatch the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial's celestial supreme treasure, he heavily injured the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Then, he chased after the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and killed him. The old man narrowed his eyes as a hint of shock appeared on his face. He could not help but feel shocked when he recalled the scene earlier. Duanling Tian was only an eminent celestial, but he was shocked by the fact that his attack was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Duanling Tian's speed was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This meant that Duanling Tian's attack and speed were not inferior to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Unless it's a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial like me would find it difficult to defeat him. The old man thought to himself. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. This old man who seemed inconspicuous in the beginning was indeed a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. What? Su Li and Ren Yuanjie were shocked when they heard the old man's words. Duan Lingtian killed an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Moreover, that eight-tribulation bodiless celestial was widely acknowledged as the strongest eight-tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm? Ren Yuanjie looked as though she had seen a ghost when she looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance again. She knew very well what it meant to be widely acknowledged as the strongest eight-tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. The purple-clad young man who looked so young was an eminent celestial like her. How could he possess such terrifying strength? Chapter 2470. Duan Lingtian. He's so strong. Su Li looked at the purple figure in the distance. While his face was filled with shock, his eyes were also filled with disbelief. Soon after, the expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile. That's true. Every time we meet this fellow, he always brings us surprises. Now that his wife is so strong, it's not surprising that he's so strong. When Su Li recalled the surprises Duan Lingtian had brought to him in the past and the strength of Duan Lingtian's wife, Ku Er, he felt relieved. Little Yuanjie, Elder Su Li's friend seems to be hostile toward you. As a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, the old man's observation skills were, naturally, better than ordinary people. He quickly noticed the hostility the purple-clad young man had toward Ren Yuanjie. He probably still thinks that Su Li is my sword slave. She had long since noticed the hostility of the purple-clothed youth towards Ren Yuanjie, and it had never stopped. That's a big misunderstanding. The old man smiled faintly before he looked at Su Li and said, Elder Su Li, you don't mind introducing your friend to us, right? This is the first time in my life that I want to befriend an eminent celestial. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he wanted to befriend Duan Lingtian. Of course, Elder Su Li, you don't have to worry. After we get to know him, little Yuanjie, and I will give you time to catch up with him. The old man added as though he was afraid Su Li would be worried they would take up the time he had to catch up with Duan Lingtian. Of course, I don't mind. Su Li shook his head and flew toward Duan Lingtian with the old man and Ren Yuanjie. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian had thought Su Li would come alone. He did not expect Su Li would bring two people with him. Moreover, one of them was someone he detested. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Ren Yuanjie was a ruthless woman. She was a woman who would take advantage of a burning house. Naturally, the reason he thought so was because Su Li was his good friend. As for Ren Yuanjie taking advantage of the situation and using the excuse of helping Su Li suppress his demonic nature to make him her sword slave for 100 years. If Su Li was not his friend, he would not think there was anything wrong with it. After all, it was a fair deal. But when this happened to his good friend, he was very unhappy. Su Li, why did you bring her here? Duan Lingtian frowned as he glanced at Ren Yuanjie. Duan Lingtian, I'm no longer young Miss Ren's sword slave. There's no need for you to target her like this. Su Li's right. However, even though he said that, he was still very touched to see this good friend of his who he had not seen for many years protect him. After all, Ren Yuanjie of course, of Duan Ling Heaven's sect, of they Lings, of Duan Ling of Heavens of his, what's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Su Li's words. Subsequently, Su Li told Duan Lingtian the sequence of events without holding back in the slightest. Therefore, I'm now the guest elder of Yellow the Archmansion. Su Li said with a smile on his face after he told Duan Lingtian the whole story. Duan Lingtian's hostility toward Ren Yuanjie vanished when he heard Su Li's words. Although Su Li had promised to protect Yellow the Archmansion for 100 years, being a guest elder of Yellow the Archmansion and being a sword slave of a Yellow the Archmansion's disciple were two completely different concepts. May I know how I should address you, Senior? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man before him. This was the first time he studied the old man seriously. He knew the reason Su Li could become the guest elder of Yellow the Archmansion was because of this old man. Not only did the old man's decision protect Su Li's dignity, but it had also won Su Li's heart. Duan Lingtian knew Su Li would be moved by the old man's decision. If he was in Su Li's shoes, he would be moved as well. For this reason, he felt the old man not only had a high cultivation base, but he was also very far-sighted. There was no doubt the old man had made the right choice regarding Su Li's matter. I'm Xian Yuanji, little brother Lingtian. I've long heard of your name. The old man, Xian Yuanji, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Yellow the Archmansion, chuckled when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. From the beginning until the end, Xian Yuanji's attitude was very friendly. Little brother Lingtian, you don't have to address me as senior. If you think highly of me, you can just call me brother. I'm only a few years older than you, little brother Lingtian. Xian Yuanji smiled. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was only a few years older than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't even know how to describe his current feelings. This old man, isn't he too shameless? Han Shuanai muttered to herself as she stood nearby. Even though her voice was not loud, everyone present could hear her clearly. As the person involved, Xian Yuanji smiled and gave Han Shuanai a friendly look. Ren Yuanjia, who was standing beside Han Shuanai, could not help but glare fiercely at Han Shuanai. To her, not only was Xian Yuanji the old ancestor of the Yellow the Archmansion, but he was also one of the two supreme existences in the Yellow the Archmansion. If it wasn't for the fact that Xian Yuanji didn't seem to care, she definitely wouldn't have just simply glared at Han Shuanai. Since you've said so, I'll be disrespecting you if I don't listen to you. Duan Lingtian was not an indecisive person. Since Xian Yuanji had shown him so much respect, it would be inappropriate for him to refuse. Moreover, it would only be beneficial for him to befriend a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Good. Xian Yuanji burst out laughing when he heard Duan Lingtian's agreement. After a while, he said, Little brother Lingtian, you and Elder Su Li haven't seen each other for many years. I'm sure you want to catch up with each other. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll probably leave the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone 3 years before it closes. If you're interested in visiting Yin Huang Realm before the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone closes, I'll definitely treat you well. Take this order token. If you're interested in visiting Yin Huang Realm, you can bring this order token to the Yellow the Archmansion to look for me. The Yellow the Archmansion is located in a secluded area. However, once you're in Yin Huang Realm, infuse your energy into this order token, and it'll lead you to the Yellow the Archmansion. As Xian Yuanji spoke, he took out a violet order token and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Yin Huang Realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said with a smile, Brother, if you're from another mundane realm, I'm afraid this token would be useless to me. However, I've already decided to go to Yin Huang Realm. When I get to the Yin Huang Realm, I'll have to pay you a visit. Duan Lingtian said. Really? Xian Yuanji's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he had given the order token to Duan Lingtian, he did not think Duan Lingtian would go to Yin Huang Realm or Yellow the Archmansion to look for him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had said this, it seemed like he had unintentionally planted a willow tree. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had been preparing to go to Yin Huang Realm for a long time. Of course, Duan Lingtian smiled before he looked at Zhang Yi and said, This is my friend, Zhang Yi. He's a disciple from the Celestial Master Sect in Yin Huang Realm. I've already told him that I'll be going to Yin Huang Realm with him soon. A disciple from the Celestial Master Sect? Xian Yuanji's gaze instantly shifted to Zhang Yi as he said with a smile, Speaking of which, I'm friends with Free Cloud Sage from your Celestial Master Sect. I should meet him before I ascend and mention you to him. The Free Cloud Venerable. Hearing Xian Yuanji's words, Zhang Yi, who was still in a daze, suddenly regained his senses. The Free Cloud Venerable was the only nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Master Sect. He was also the strongest person in the Celestial Master Sect. Although Zhang Yi was a disciple of the Celestial Master Sect and was considered one of the best among the younger generation in the sect, he had never met the Free Cloud Venerable before, let alone spoken to him. However, Not only did the old man say he was friends with the Free Cloud Venerable, but he even said he would mention him to him. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Zhang Yi hastily bowed and thanked Xian Yuanji. His voice was filled with excitement. Since you're little brother Ling Tian's friend, you're my friend as well. There's no need to thank me. Xian Yuanji smiled faintly at Zhang Yi before he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, All right, Yuanjie and I won't disturb little brother Ling Tian. You can catch up with Elder Su Li. Elder Su Li, there's no hurry. You can catch up with little brother Ling Tian. Xian Yuanji did not forget to say goodbye to Su Li before he left with Ren Yuanjie. All right. Su Li nodded. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li had not seen each other for many years. As soon as they started talking, they could not stop themselves. They talked about many things with each other. Most of them talked about their experiences in the past few years. Su Li exclaimed in admiration at Duan Ling Tian's experience. Every time he heard of a dangerous situation, even if he knew that Duan Ling Tian had turned the misfortune into a blessing in the end, he was still filled with anxiety and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, did not feel anything when he learned about Su Li's experiences before he obtained the Devil Clan's legacy. Chapter 2471. You didn't do it on purpose. I believe Senior Jian Shursen won't blame you if he sees this from heaven. Duan Ling Tian could not help but comfort Su Li when he felt the regret, depression, and loss in Su Li's heart. Even so, I can't get over it. Su Li sighed. His disappointment did not diminish in the slightest. Since things have come to this, it's useless to think about it. I believe Senior Jian Shursan would want you to live well if he knows about this. Duan Ling Tian added.
Yes.
Su Li nodded and said, Duan Ling Tian, it's all thanks to your wife that I was able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. She helped me because of you. Thank you. Is there a need to be so polite between us? Moreover, I've heard about it. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, Kerr has contributed, but isn't it because you're fated to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? There are so many people in front of the inheritance of a Daluo golden immortal. They are only inches away from the inheritance of a Daluo golden immortal, but it chose you. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. It just so happens that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was left behind by a sword celestial. That's why it chose me, the only sword cultivator present at that time. Su Li paused for a moment before he said, I heard from Elder Ji that you've just arrived here? Why did you come so late? If you had come earlier, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial definitely wouldn't have been mine. After all, you're also a sword cultivator. Moreover, it would definitely choose you instead of me. Su Li said, Perhaps this is fate. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, Actually, in retrospect, it might be a good thing that I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, I already have a master, so it's impossible for me to join him just because I obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In Duan Ling Tian's heart, he had long determined that Senior Feng Qingyang who left him the sovereign heart sword was his master. Other than Feng Qingyang, he would not recognize any other master. You're still the same as before. You're still so open-minded. Su Li smiled. Magnanimous? You don't know how depressed I was for a while after I found out I wasn't fated with the inheritance of a golden celestial. It was only later that I got over it. Now, besides finding out that it was you, Su Li, who obtained the inheritance of the golden immortal, the last trace of resentment in my heart has vanished. No matter what, the inheritance of a zenith heaven golden immortal that I had no fate with was not obtained by an outsider. Duan Ling Tian smiled. So, I think I overestimated you? Su Li laughed. Following that, the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Su Li was no longer as relaxed as before. Duan Ling Tian, I met your daughter before I entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. I didn't expect you to have a child after so many years. Su Li sighed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously. Oh, you met Sealing as well? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed before he smiled and said, I don't only have a daughter, I have a son as well. I know your daughter's name is Duan Sealing. What's your son's name? Su Li asked curiously. Duan Yin Tian. A hint of longing appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about his son. This longing wasn't only directed towards his son, it was directed towards his other wife, Li Fei, his parents, and the group of friends and family. He had not seen his friends and family since they had disappeared from the Debussy subterranean. After I leave this place, I'll make a trip to the Saint Province realm to look for my parents and little Feier before I head to Yin Huang realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Yin Tian? Su Li's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, whether it's my little niece's name or my little nephew's name, they weren't given by you, right? How do you know? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Whether it was his daughter's name or his son's name, he was not the one who named them. 09 Little Shuai Net. Their names, they have profound meanings. If I'm not wrong, their names should be given by their respective mothers, right? Su Li said with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a blissful smile on his face. To a certain extent, the names of his two children represented the love his two wives had for him. The two of them chatted for a while before Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, I'll be in Yin Huang realm for the next 100 years. If you really want to come over, we might be able to meet again. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we're in the Devata realm. When Su Li finished speaking, although there was a smile on his face, it was a forced smile. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Each Devata realm was extremely vast. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person in one of them. For this reason, he did not think he would have a chance to meet Duan Lingtian in the Devata realm. If he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian, he would have to wait until one of them became famous. However, it was extremely difficult to make a name for oneself in the Devata realms. There were many geniuses in the Devata realms. It was too difficult to stand out in the Devata realms. Don't worry, I'll definitely go. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. I don't think I'll stay in the mundane realm for long. Before I ascend, I'm sure we'll meet again in Yin Huang realm. That's good. I'll wait for you. Su Li nodded. Su Li, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something and asked, how much has your strength increased after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? This was something that Duan Lingtian had always been curious about and had always wanted to ask. When he saw Su Li for the first time today, he noticed that Su Li was different. He even faintly sensed that Su Li was different. He could sense that Su Li's soul was stronger than his soul, and it gave him a sense of danger. In the mundane realms, only 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and above had souls that were stronger than his soul. Although the souls of those existences were powerful, the only ones who could make him feel threatened were the bodiless celestials who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Since bodiless celestials could not use soul attacks, they were not a threat to him. My current strength is similar to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I'm not a bodiless celestial. Currently, I'm considered a celestial. I can go to the Devata realm with just a thought. Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Li's current situation was similar to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. After obtaining the inheritance from the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian no longer needed to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and could directly ascend to the Devata realms. A celestial. His strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He knew he had guessed correctly. Although my current strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, I haven't mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms. If I can master a few divine abilities and movement techniques, I'm sure my strength won't be inferior to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Su Li continued. As he spoke, he was filled with confidence. You haven't mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms, but your strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was shocked by what Su Li said. He had thought Su Li's current strength came from the divine abilities and celestial methods from the Devata realms. He did not expect this. Suli had not mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms. In that case, the Yellow the Archmansion has really found a treasure. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. With Suli's current strength, he only needed to master one or two more divine abilities and celestial methods before his strength would be comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. An existence like Suli was not restricted by the rules of the mundane plane. He could stay in the mundane plane for as long as he wanted. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials had to face the bodiless celestial tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. If one failed the tribulation, one would die. If one succeeded, one would have to ascend to the Devata realms and could not stay in the mundane realm for long. For this reason, Duan Lingtian said the Yellow the Archmansion had found a treasure. I promised to protect the Yellow the Archmansion for 100 years. After 100 years, even if I can't return to the Saint Province realm, I'll ascend to the Devata realms from Yin Huang realm, Suli said. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, I'll take my leave first. Let's meet in Yin Huang realm in a few years. Suli bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Currently, Xian Yuanji and Ren Yuanjie from the Yellow the Archmansion were still waiting for him. For this reason, he did not want to waste too much time. Although Xian Yuanji had said he could catch up with Duan Lingtian for as long as he wanted, he still felt it was inappropriate to keep them waiting. Moreover, he and Duan Lingtian had almost finished catching up with each other. Go. See you in Yin Huang realm. A warm smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at his friend who was about to leave. It gave off a refreshing feeling. After Suli left, Xian Yuanji looked at Duan Lingtian and said loudly, Little brother Lingtian, I'll be waiting for you in Yin Huang realm in a few years. I still have some good wine in the Yellow the Archmansion. Let's drink until we're drunk. Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely be there, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 2472. Xinyuan Mansion? That old man said that he's from the Yellow the Archmansion? The Yellow the Archmansion? It's one of the most mysterious forces in the mundane realms. Although the people from the Yellow the Archmansion rarely show themselves, even the top forces in Yin Huang realm like Huagua Mountain and Lion Camel Ridge dare not make an enemy out of them. After Xian Yuanji and the other two left, the group of bodiless celestials from Yin Huang realm could not help but whisper among themselves. 3. The fastest, of course, they knew very little about the Xinyuan Mansion. All they knew was that the Xinyuan Mansion was a powerful hidden faction in the Yin Huang realm that was not any weaker than the top factions in the Yin Huang realm. Zhang Yi, he's already gone. What are you still thinking about? After Xian Yuanji and the other two left, Han Shu and I noticed that Zhang Yi was still in a daze. She could not help but frown and ask. Zhang Yi regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He smiled awkwardly and said, I'm just a little excited. I didn't expect I'd be able to meet a legendary figure. I didn't expect Xian Yuanji from the Yellow the Archmansion hasn't ascended to a Devata realm yet. Xian Yuanji? Was that the old man from before? Is he very powerful? When Han Shu and I asked Zhang Yi, she didn't forget to mutter, but he's smart. He actually took the initiative to get close to brother Lingtian. Han Shu and I could see that the old man was not simple. However, she did not know the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She thought the old man was at most a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial or an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Of course. When Zhang Yi heard Han Shu and I's words, he quickly said, Xian Yuanji is one of the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Yellow the Archmansion in Yin Huang realm. Don't you think he's powerful? A 9th tribulation individual immortal? Han Shu and I was shocked. After a while, she asked in shock, Zhang Yi, you're not lying to me, right? The old man who tried to curry favor with brother Lingtian earlier is actually a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Han Shu and I naturally knew what a 9 tribulation scattered immortal meant. They were existences who stood at the pinnacle of the mundane realms. That inconspicuous old man was actually a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Why would I lie to you? Do you know who the Free Cloud Reverend from our Celestial Master sect that he mentioned is? He's the only nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Masters sect. Everyone in the Celestial Masters sect has to address him as ancestor. Zhang Yi's face was filled with sincerity as he spoke. That old man is actually a nine-tribulation scattered immortal? Hanshu and I still can't believe it. A ninth tribulation loose immortal is actually so polite in front of Brother Ling Tian. Furthermore, he even took the initiative to befriend Big Brother Ling Tian. Is this? Currently, Duan Ling Tian is like a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in the eyes of others. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he's definitely qualified to befriend a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi said, putting everything else aside. Just the fact that Duan Ling Tian killed the strongest eight-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm is enough to prove his strength is comparable to a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's also enough to make Duan Ling Tian famous in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Once Duan Ling Tian becomes famous in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, his name will spread to the other mundane realms as well. At that time, the people from the four large mundane realms, including Yin Huang realm, will know that a peerless genius has appeared in the Saint Province realm. His strength is on par with a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It had to be said that Zhang Yi had seen through the whole thing very clearly. He also believed that Duan Ling Tian's strength was not weak. After the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone closed, Duan Ling Tian's name would spread to the four large mundane realms like Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm. That's right. Brother Ling Tian was able to kill an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, his opponent was the strongest eight-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. This means Brother Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Hanshu and I finally regained her senses when she heard Zhang Yi's words. She could not help but smile wryly as she said, Brother Ling Tian always surprises people with his strength. I'm already numb to it. I almost forgot that Brother Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial when he killed the strongest eight-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. On the other side, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi were having a conversation. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ru Yin were stunned when they heard the conversation between Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi. Brother Ling Tian killed an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, that eight-tribulation bodiless celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Since they had just come out, they were unaware of what had happened outside. However, after listening to the conversation between Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, they finally learned that a battle had taken place. As it turned out, a battle had taken place before they came out. One of the main characters was Duan Ling Tian, whom they were familiar with. The other main character was the strongest eight-tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. Moreover, he possessed a celestial supreme treasure. An eight-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure was comparable to an ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone the strongest eight-tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. With a celestial supreme treasure, ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestials who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure would not be a match for him. However, such a person had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. How could they not be shocked? Big Brother Duan's strength has actually reached such a level? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with shock. Mu Yi and Gan Ru Yan's expressions were similar to Duan Ling Tian's. Among the women who had just come out from the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, Kerr was the only one who was able to remain calm. Kerr did not think much of Duan Ling Tian. No matter how great her man's achievements were, it was only natural. There was nothing to be surprised about. HM? Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to call out to Ku Er and the others, intending to leave this place, how terrifying! How terrifying! That old man killed two eight-tribulation bodiless celestials with just a wave of his hand. A series of exclamations came from the distance. It was a few travel-worn people making a fuss over nothing. Duan Ling Tian listened attentively for a moment before he learned that the Heavenly Sword Sex members were all extremely powerful. As it turned out, after Su Li, Xian Yuanji, and Ren Yuanjie left, there were people who had followed them. They wanted to snatch the celestial supreme treasure and other treasures from Su Li, who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. They did not make a move because they discovered the relationship between Su Li and Duan Lingtian was not ordinary. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would protect Su Li. After all, it was not a secret that Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Most of them had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm and snatching his celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, they were wary of Duan Lingtian and did not dare to offend him. Before Su Li left, they didn't dare to make a move on him because they were wary of me. However, after Su Li left, they thought they had found an opportunity to kill him and snatch his treasures. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head when he found out about the sequence of events. He felt those people who coveted the things in Su Li's possession were simply stupid. After all, Su Li had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial by his side. Of course, he knew it was because those people did not know the background of Xian Yuanji, who was by Su Li's side. Otherwise, they would not have been so bold as to openly follow Su Li and kill him. He killed 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials with just a wave of his hand? Even the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, wouldn't be able to do that, right? If those 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials didn't have any celestial supreme treasures, the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm could have easily killed them with his celestial supreme treasure. I'm afraid only a few of them know about this. As the group of people present spoke, their gazes also landed on the few people who had just returned from killing Su Li. Although these people wanted to kill Su Li, they did not have the time to make a move. They were shocked by the old man next to Su Li. Those 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials didn't use any celestial supreme treasures. But the old man who killed them didn't use any celestial supreme treasures as well. That's right. They didn't use any celestial supreme treasures. When the group of people looked at the few people who had just returned, the few of them also started to talk to each other. They didn't use any celestial supreme treasures? The people present on the scene were shocked. There's only one possibility. That ordinary-looking old man is most likely a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very soon, someone said, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Immediately, more people's hearts trembled, and their faces revealed shock. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions and clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Then, in the eyes of the crowd, a tall and sturdy figure stepped on the sky and landed in the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of them, revealing his majestic figure. He stood there like an iron tower with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. If that old man isn't a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, do you think he would dare to talk to Duan Lingtian as an equal? The uninvited guest was a middle-aged man. His voice was like a clap of thunder as it reverberated in the air. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with his fierce eyes. Chapter 2473. Just as the gazes of the group of people fell on the burly middle-aged man who had just appeared. Old ancestor, old ancestor. A few respectful voices rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone shifted their attention from the burly middle-aged man to the few people who had greeted him respectfully. Other than a young man, the rest of the people were all old men. However, at that moment, even those old people had to respectfully bow before the robust middle-aged man. Not only did they not dare to be negligent, their respectful appearances were as if they were devout worshipping Buddha. Aren't those people from the Power Saint sect in Skyline Realm? Soon after, a few bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm recognized the old men and confirmed that they were from Power Saint sect, one of the top forces in Skyline Realm. They're really from the Power Saint sect. I know that green-robed old man. He's the second elder of Power Saint sect. He's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I've seen the blue-robed old man before. He's the third elder of Power Saint sect. He's also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Not only did the bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm confirm the identities of the people from Power Saint Sect, but they also learned the two old men had high statuses in Power Saint Sect. They were the second elder and the third elder. Both of them were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. This is the old ancestor of Power Saint Sect, old ancestor Qing Yu. The second elder of Power Saint Sect said loudly when the bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm recognized the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from Power Saint Sect. Old ancestor Qing Yu. As soon as the second elder of the Power Saint Sect finished speaking, the people from the other 4 mundane realms, including Duan Ling Tian, looked at the muscular middle-aged man in surprise. They could tell the middle-aged man was not as simple as they thought. The expressions of the bodiless celestials from the Skyline Realm changed when they heard the second elder of the Power Saint Sect's words. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Old ancestor Qing Yu? He's old ancestor Qing Yu from Power Saint Sect? A loose immortal from the Skyline Plane looked at the burly middle-aged man in front of him in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. I thought he was just an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Power Saint Sect. I didn't expect him to be old ancestor Qing Yu, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Power Saint Sect. I've only heard that there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Power Saint Sect, but I've never seen him before. He appeared at this time, and seems to be targeting the Duan Ling Tian. I'm afraid he's not here with good intentions. The group of itinerant immortals from the Skyline Realm also noticed a problem. Since the beginning, old ancestor Qing Yu from the Power Saint Sect had been staring at Duan Ling Tian the entire time. It was as if Duan Ling Tian had some special charm. Gradually, the group of people present also realized this problem. I can't believe he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The group of people present on the scene was shocked when they discovered the burly middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, many people could not help but speculate. Look at the way he's looking at Duan Ling Tian. It's as though flames of greed are rising in his eyes. It seems like he's interested in the things on Duan Ling Tian. Or perhaps, he's coveting the things on Duan Ling Tian and the people around Duan Ling Tian. The most precious things on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him are the celestial supreme treasures. According to a reliable source, there are more than 5 celestial supreme treasures on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him. More than 5 celestial supreme treasures. That's a huge fortune. Unfortunately, I'm not a match for Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, I would have coveted the celestial supreme treasures on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him as well. At this moment, the group of people present on the scene could see the burly middle-aged man was a burly middle-aged man. The burly middle-aged man, old ancestor Qing Yu, who was one of the most powerful saint sects in Skyline Realm, coveted the celestial supreme treasures and other treasures in Duan Ling Tian's possession. As the person involved, Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware of this. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The expressions of Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others turned grave when they learned the burly middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was not easy to deal with. Among the people in Duan Lingtian's group, only Duan Lingtian and his wife, Ke, were able to maintain their composure. Ke stood there, her eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. She looked at Duan Lingtian with an infatuated expression on her face. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in her eyes at this moment. The appearance of the burly middle-aged man did not seem to disturb her at all. Everyone was guessing the burly middle-aged man, old ancestor Qing Yu, was the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Void Saint sect in Skyline Realm. He had set his eyes on the celestial supreme treasures on Duan Lingtian and the people around him. Old ancestor Qing Yu finally spoke. He said, Duan Lingtian. Old ancestor Qing Yu looked at Duan Lingtian greedily and said in a deep voice, as the successor of Feng Qingyang, although you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, your strength is comparable to Feng Qingyang. Unfortunately, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Today, you and the people around you are destined to die. The celestial supreme treasures in your hands are also destined to be left behind. Old ancestor Qing Yu did not beat around the bush, and did not beat around the bush. He said he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and the others and snatched the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Lingtian and the others. Oh? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard old ancestor Qing use words. He said indifferently, I'm afraid you're not qualified to kill us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures. Duan Lingtian knew his current strength very well. Although he might not be able to defeat or kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was 90% confident he would be able to tie with the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, he was not afraid even if the burly middle-aged man was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people were surprised by Duan Lingtian's nonchalance. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he's not afraid of old ancestor Qing Yu. As a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, old ancestor Qing Yu must have a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian must know this as well. However, he's still so calm. It's either he's bluffing, or he's not afraid of old ancestor Qing Yu. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure. This is the strongest combination in the mundane realm, right? That's right. Based on their words, one could tell they were surprised that Duan Lingtian was still able to maintain his composure. They did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for old ancestor Qing Yu. Naturally, there were also some people who thought Duan Lingtian was only so calm because he was confident. When Duan Lingtian killed the strongest 8-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Whether it's in terms of attack or speed, his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. That's right. So what if old ancestor Qing Yu has a celestial supreme treasure? As long as Duan Lingtian casts the celestial technique that forms the sword formation, he'll be able to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from old ancestor Qing Yu. I think old ancestor Qing Yu can only tie with Duan Lingtian. It's almost impossible for him to defeat Duan Lingtian. I agree. These people were all familiar with Duan Lingtian's strength. All of them were certain Duan Lingtian was not inferior to old ancestor Qing Yu. For this reason, all of them were confident in Duan Lingtian. However, there were also some people who remained neutral. They did not know who was stronger between Duan Lingtian and old ancestor Qing Yu. Compared to guessing, they were more concerned about the truth. Everyone thought old ancestor Qing Yu would fly into a rage after hearing Duan Lingtian's words and attack Duan Lingtian. Contrary to their expectations, old ancestor Qing Yu nodded. Indeed, old ancestor Qing Yu nodded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength earlier. Indeed, you're not inferior to me. Moreover, I can't think of a way to counter your method of snatching the celestial supreme treasure. If we were to fight, we'd be evenly matched at most. Old ancestor Qing Yu said bluntly. Old ancestor Qing Yu's words made one thing clear. Even old ancestor Qing Yu did not think he could defeat Duan Lingtian, let alone kill Duan Lingtian. HM? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard old ancestor Qing Yu's words. He did not expect old ancestor Qing Yu to be so confident. He had thought old ancestor Qing Yu was confident. Old ancestor Qing Yu only dared to make such a bold statement because he was blindly confident in himself. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Old ancestor Qing Yu was very self-aware. What's going on? Since old ancestor Qing Yu admitted he'd only be evenly matched with Duan Lingtian, why did he say he'd kill Duan Lingtian and the others and snatch the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Lingtian and the others? Many people were confused. Perhaps he has a helper? All of a sudden, someone uttered, "That's right, helper." Just like the others, Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Whoosh! Chapter 2474. At this moment, the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian and the others was an old man. The old man descended from the sky at lightning speed like a WYRM. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived next to old ancestor Qing Yu, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Void Saint sect in the Void realm. The old man was dressed in a long green robe. His unbound brown hair fluttered in the wind like pythons, ready to strike at any moment. The old man had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He did not seem very eye-catching. However, Such an old man was no weaker than Patriarch Qingyu in terms of bearing and aura when he stood next to Patriarch Qingyu. Ancestor! Ancestor! At this moment, as the green-clothed old man appeared, another group of people immediately saluted the old man respectfully. It's the people from the Kuan Python sect in Vast Cloud Realm. That's the Grand Elder of the Kuan Python sect. He's an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The person next to him is the 3rd Elder of the Kuan Python sect. He's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Oh my God! Could it be that the Heavenly Python Elder of the Rock Python sect is the Rock Python sect's Heavenly Python Elder to be so respectful and address him as ancestor? Apart from the Heavenly Python Elder, I don't think there's anyone else in the Kuan Python sect who can command such respect from the Grand Elder of the Kuan Python sect. While this group of people bowed respectfully to the old man, some people from Vast Cloud Plain also recognized the people who bowed respectfully to the old man. They were the people from the Kuan Python sect, one of the top forces in Vast Cloud Realm. The Kuan Python sect was one of the top sects in Vast Cloud Realm. There were more than 10 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, and 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the strongest person in the Kuan Python sect. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Kuan Python sect was known as the Heavenly Python Elder. Another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? After learning about the identity of the green-clad old man from the Vast Cloud Realm, the people present on the scene could not help but be shocked. At this moment, they suddenly had a thought. Why is a 9th tribulation loose immortal so worthless? First, it was Duan Lingtian who displayed strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial. Then, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Archmansion in Yin Huang Realm appeared. After that, Patriarch Qingyu, the second 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, had appeared. After him, another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the Heavenly Python Elder from the Kuan Python sect in the Vast Cloud Realm had appeared. In just half a day, not only did I see one eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but I even saw 3 genuine 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. In the past, I've never seen a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I actually saw 3 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the same day. A commotion broke out among the crowd when they found out the green-clad old man was also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Only Duan Lingtian's group had a slightly different atmosphere. It could even be said that it was oppressive. The Heavenly Python Elder is standing next to old ancestor Qingyu. It seems like they're close friends. Don't tell me they're colluding with each other? Hanshu and I said in a deep voice. I'm pretty sure they're colluding with each other. Otherwise, old ancestor Qing, you wouldn't have the confidence to say he'll kill all of us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures when he thinks he's on par with Duan Lingtian at most. Zhang Yi said with a hint of dread on his face. 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. At this moment, even Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyan's expressions were slightly unsightly. Even Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn. He could still deal with 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Brother Qingyu, we agreed to work together to kill Duan Lingtian and his companions. After that, we'll split the celestial supreme treasures equally. The Heavenly Python Elder, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Kuan Python sect in Vast Cloud Realm, looked at old ancestor Qingyu, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Power Saint sect in Skyline Realm. He said bluntly, however, what if there's an extra celestial supreme treasures after we split them equally? We didn't talk about this earlier. Indeed, we didn't talk about this earlier. Old ancestor Qingyu nodded when he heard the Heavenly Python old man's words. After a moment of silence, he said, what do you think about this? What if there's an extra celestial supreme treasure in their hands after we divide them equally? In that case, we'll send a junior from each of our respective forces to spar with each other. Whoever sends out the winner will get the extra, immortal supreme treasure. Old ancestor Qingyu suggested. That works. The Heavenly Python Elder nodded and agreed with old ancestor Qingyu's suggestion. The two of them continued to talk as if there was no one else around them. They're really in cahoots. Han Shuanai's expression changed drastically. No wonder. No wonder old ancestor Qing Yu was so confident earlier that he could defeat Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, old ancestor Qing Yu was full of confidence. I thought he'd be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Then, he said he'd only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. At that time, I was puzzled as to why he dared to say such words under such circumstances. Now, it seems like he's prepared for this. Yes, his confidence comes from the heavenly Python old man, 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials joining forces, let alone Duan Lingtian, who's only an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Duan Lingtian is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he might not be able to withstand their joint forces. What a pity. What a pity for Duan Lingtian. Such a monstrous genius is going to die here today. If he didn't die, with his innate talent, he would have been able to shine in the Devata realms in the future. What a pity. At this moment, everyone finally understood where old ancestor Qing Yu's confidence came from when he first appeared and acted as though he was certain he could defeat Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, old ancestor Qing Yu's confidence came from the heavenly Python elder. Old ancestor Qing Yu had joined forces with the heavenly Python elder since a long time ago. So, you've been here for a long time? You've been hiding in the shadows all this while? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly Python elder warily. That's right. Old ancestor Qing Yu narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He said indifferently, Brother heavenly Python elder, and I have been here for a long time. In fact, Duan Lingtian didn't even arrive earlier than us. We witnessed you killing the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. At that time, we could tell your strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, you possess a celestial technique that allows you to seize celestial supreme treasures. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure might not be a match for you. However, if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial isn't a match for you, what about 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? Old ancestor Qing Yu's narrowed eyes flashed with murderous intent, as if he was about to devour someone. Both of you are really patient. I didn't expect you to wait for such a long time. Duan Lingtian did not expect old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly Python elder would arrive earlier than him. Based on this, one could tell they were patient. Both of them were very patient and had only come out now. The heavenly Python elder said, We wanted to make a move as soon as you appeared. At this moment, the heavenly Python old man spoke. However, in the end, we still plan to make our move after the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial vanishes. At that time, not only will you be ours, even the person who obtained the inheritance will be ours as well. However, we didn't expect. Duan Lingtian interrupted the heavenly Python elder. You didn't expect the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial would be related to me and the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? That's right. The heavenly Python elder was not angry at Duan Lingtian's interruption. After all, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian was no different from a dead person. There was no need to bicker with a dead person. For this reason, when you discovered the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was related to me and the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, you didn't dare to make a move until the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had left, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Although it was a question, Duan Lingtian had already guessed the answer. You're very smart. Old ancestor Qing Yu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, you'll still die here today. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his ruin. If you want to blame someone, blame the celestial supreme treasures in your hands for being too tempting. When old ancestor Qing Yu reached the end of his sentence, flames of greed rose in his eyes again. I'm curious. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked again, Why did you choose us instead of the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Is it because he has a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with him? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not ask this because he hoped the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials would chase after Su Li and the other two. He was just curious. Why did the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials choose them instead of Su Li and the other two? After all, Su Li was the one who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. That's a good question. The heavenly python elder said, the reason we didn't choose that person and chose you is mainly because we feel that you and the people around you have more immortal supreme treasures. Chapter 2475. Apart from that, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial next to him is from the Yellow the Archmansion in Yanhuang realm. According to the information we obtained after entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, there are 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Yellow the Archmansion in Yanhuang realm. Moreover, the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Yellow the Archmansion are twins. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone is huge, with their cultivation base, they'll be able to sense each other's location even if they're far away from each other. We might be able to kill him if we join forces, but it'll take some time. If we wait for the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Archmansion to arrive, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. The heavenly python old man revealed the reason he and old ancestor Qing Yu had chosen Duan Lingtian over Su Li, although we're not sure if the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Archmansion is here. Who else can we choose if we don't choose you? Old ancestor Qing Yu said as he stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. Does this mean both of you think I'm a pushover? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within. You can think of it that way. Old ancestor Qing Yu smiled as though victory was already in his grasp. Duan Lingtian is going to fall in the end. It's not just him. Even the people around him won't be able to survive today. It's a pity that those beauties are going to die today, withered here. The people present on the scene could not help but whisper among themselves when they sensed the tension in the air. Their eyes were glued to Duan Lingtian, the heavenly python old man, and old ancestor Qing Yu. It was as though they were afraid they would miss a single detail. Kuer, I'll ask Sandao to take you, Tian Wu and the others away first. I'll stop them and the others and wait for an opportunity to catch up with you. Even Duan Lingtian felt some pressure when facing 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. It was impossible for him to defeat the 2 of them. If he wanted to stop the 2 of them and escape unscathed, although the chances were slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to Kerr and told Kerr that he would let Chunyi Ru take them away. Brother Tian. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Kerr finally recovered from the joy of seeing Duan Lingtian again. Just as she was about to say something to Duan Lingtian, she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Kerr, it's settled. Don't worry, I'm quite confident that I'll be able to escape unscathed. Inform Tian Wu and the others through voice transmission and ask them to cooperate. I'll tell Sandao to bring all of you away. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Chunyi Ru and asked him to bring Kerr and the others away. Master, are you confident? Although Chunyi Ru knew he should not be asking this question at this time, he could not help but feel slightly worried. In the beginning, he had been forced to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. However, now, he sincerely served Duan Lingtian as his master. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, Duan Lingtian was more than qualified to be his master. Even if Duan Lingtian treated him as an outsider and gave him a celestial supreme treasure, it was enough for him to serve Duan Lingtian wholeheartedly. I don't dare to say I'm 100% confident, but I'm at least 60 to 70% confident. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he was actually only 30% or 30% confident in his heart. He said this to reassure Chunyi Ru, 60 to 70% confident? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chunyi Ru felt much more at ease. Don't worry, master. I'll bring them back to the Saint Province realm safely. All right. Upon hearing Chunyi Ru's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, the sound of whistling wind rang in his ears, attracting his attention. When he looked in the direction of the sound, his expression changed drastically. This was because the sound of whistling wind could be heard from the 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect. They only came to a halt after they had left the area. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Initially, he was still thinking about this. As long as the people from the Kuan Python sect and Power Saint sect were gathered in the same region, coupled with the heavenly Python Old Man and ancestor Qingyu, it was possible for him to stop them temporarily and create an opportunity for Chenny Ru and the others to leave when he used his full strength. However, the people from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect seemed to know his plan. They had spread out and were waiting for him. Their actions had undoubtedly cut off the escape route for his people. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's face became extremely gloomy, and it was as if water could drip from it. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian, I'm just trying to guard against you. Don't tell me you're really going to risk your life to stop us and let the people around you escape? Old Ancestor Qingyu asked with a chuckle when he saw Duan Lingtian's darkened expression. Based on Old Ancestor Qingyu's words, it seemed like the 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect had spread out was his idea as well. Old Ancestor Qingyu, do you believe that I'll be able to kill the people from the Power Saint sect before we fight? Duan Lingtian said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. Of course, I believe you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Old Ancestor Qingyu was not angered. Instead, he said nonchalantly, however, if you dare to make a move on them, Brother Heavenly Python and I will kill everyone around you before we fight. Kill everyone around him. Patriarch Qingyu emphasized these 4 words with murderous intent. Swoosh! Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian's face as the energy in his body whizzed out and covered the surface of his body. It emitted waves of terrifying aura as it instantly distorted the space and formed a rapid whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial origin energy and saint origin energy in his body soared again, and he reached his peak state. Duan Ling Tian, your assist-type divine ability isn't bad. Let Brother Heavenly Python and I have a taste of your techniques. Old Ancestor Qingyu said loudly as soon as Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and majestic energy surged out of his body. His energy was like water bursting out of a dam. Once it was unleashed, it could not be stopped. Whoosh! As soon as Old Ancestor Qingyu's energy surged out, the Heavenly Python Old Ancestor's energy surged out of his body as well. When the energy surged out of the Heavenly Python Old Ancestor's body, it was as though 10,000 snakes were dancing in the air. It sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, the Heavenly Python Old Ancestor's energy was on par with the Old Ancestor Qingyu's energy. Based on this, one could see that his strength was on par with Old Ancestor Qingyu. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials unleashed their full strength and slammed their palms into the air, causing the air to tremble. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as a violent gust of wind blew toward the people present on the scene. So this is the strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Many people narrowed their eyes in shock when they saw the violent gust of wind blowing toward them. Based on the violent gust of wind, they could tell how terrifying the strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was. Just the force of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was already so powerful. Brother Tian, just as the situation was on the verge of exploding, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. It was as though the voice contained some sort of magical power. It clearly entered the ears of everyone present on the scene, causing their hearts to skip a beat. This was because when this voice entered their ears, all the other voices in their ears seemed to have completely quieted down. What kind of technique is this? While they were shocked by the methods of the owner of the voice, the gazes of the people present all landed on the place where the voice originated from. Astonishingly, a beautiful young woman was standing there. The lady stood there with an otherworldly aura, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. At the same time, she also became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes fell on her. At the same time, they soon discovered that the woman was staring at them. The woman's gaze was focused on Duan Ling Tian. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was the only person in her eyes. Many of the men present on the scene could not help but feel jealous. At this moment, all of them seemed to have forgotten about the voice that seemed to contain some sort of magical power. "Leave them to me. I'd like to see how they're going to kill all of us," Kerr said to Duan Ling Tian. Kerr. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He was completely stunned. He was dumbstruck. He did not expect this would happen. He did not expect Kerr to step forward and ask him to leave the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials to her. Based on her words, it was as though she was capable of dealing with the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Kerr, stop fooling around. Those are 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck for a moment before he regained his senses and hurriedly reprimanded him. He thought Kerr only said those words because she did not know how terrifying a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was. Whoosh. Chapter 2476. How's this possible? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he saw Kerr vanishing into thin air. After all, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not be able to vanish so quickly in front of him. Whoosh. Under the gazes of the crowd, a beautiful figure gradually took shape in the void not far from ancestor Qingyu and the sky python elder. Then, she completely revealed her true appearance. With just a glance, they recognized the person. This person was none other than the young woman who had attracted their attention earlier. How's this possible? How fast? At this moment, the few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials felt as though their eyes were playing tricks on them. After all, the woman whom they had been staring at was still there. However, in just a blink of an eye, another figure had appeared in front of them. It was only when the figure they had locked onto a moment ago disappeared that they realized something. That was because the woman's speed was too fast, to the point that they couldn't even keep up with their gazes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Both Ancestor Qingyu and the heavenly python old man were horrified when they saw the woman who had appeared out of thin air. They looked at her as though they had just seen a ghost. This was because the woman's speed was so fast that it was beyond what they could capture with their naked eyes. What did this mean? This meant the woman's speed had far surpassed the speed of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This is bad. When they saw the woman slowly extending her slender hand from her sleeve, Ancestor Qingyu and the heavenly python old man's expressions changed drastically. They hastily took out the celestial supreme treasures that they did not intend to use. At this moment, it felt as though the celestial supreme treasures were the only thing that could provide them with a sense of security. They did not intend to use the celestial supreme treasures because they knew the celestial supreme treasures were useless. Even if they used the celestial supreme treasures, they would only be snatched away by Duan Ling Tian with his peculiar celestial technique. They were destined to become Duan Ling Tian's wedding gown. Before they could find a way to deal with Duan Ling Tian's immortal technique, they would never use their immortal supreme treasures to fight against Duan Ling Tian. However, the woman who had appeared out of thin air gave them an unprecedented sense of pressure. For this reason, they had forgotten about the threat of Duan Ling Tian's peculiar celestial method. All of them took out their celestial supreme treasures. The woman who seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Ancestor Qingyu and the heaven python old man was none other than Kerr. If you only want to kill me, I can let you go. However, if you want to kill Brother Tian, I can't. Kerr looked at the 2-9th tribulation loose immortals in front of her. Her eyes were cold and her voice was cold, giving people a feeling of falling into an ice cellar or even being in a world of ice and snow. Bang! As Kerr's voice faded, her slender jade-like hand that slowly extended out from under her sleeve suddenly trembled in the air. A loud sound rang in the air. It was not loud, but it was ear-piercing. After the loud noise rang out, Ku'er's slender jade-like hand extended out from under her sleeve. Instantly, it was as if it had transformed into a blazing sun, explosively emitting a resplendent white light. Whoosh! The white light spread out and obscured everyone's vision. Even Duan Ling Tian's vision was obscured at this moment. No! No! 2 shrill cries rang in the air almost at the same time, causing the hearts of the people present to tremble. They could hear the cries. The cries belonged to Ancestor Qing Yu and the Heaven Python Old Man. What kind of power is that? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was blinded by the white light, could not help but tremble in his heart. After a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered the white light in front of him was gradually disappearing. At this moment, he turned to look at the place where Kerr and the two Ninth Tribulation loose immortals were standing. This, Duan Ling Tian saw that only one of the three figures was left. It was none other than his wife, Kerr. As for the two Ninth Tribulation loose immortals, Ancestor Qing Yu and the Heaven Python Old Man, they were nowhere to be seen. However, the two celestial supreme treasures that were hovering in the air seemed to be telling people that they had once existed. Whoosh, whoosh. When Kerr waved her sleeve, the two celestial supreme treasures seemed to have been given life and flew toward Kerr before Kerr put them away. The two Ninth Tribulation loose immortals died just like that? This, heavens. Is this a joke? Two Nine Tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures were killed by her in just a blink of an eye? The 7 and 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials were the first to regain their senses. After regaining their senses, they looked at K'er with eyes full of fear and shock, as if they had seen a terrifying monster. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and had only heard about it, they wouldn't have dared to believe that everything before their eyes was real. The two Ninth Tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures had disappeared as soon as the white light shone in front of them. Only their celestial supreme treasures remained. Ancestor! Ancestor! At this moment, the bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect raised their hands and took out soul pearls. However, the soul pearls were shattered into pieces in just a blink of an eye. This is the Ancestor's soul pearl? The Ancestor is dead? Originally, some people from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect were still hoping that their ancestor had not been killed and had left. As for the two celestial supreme treasures, they did not have the time to take them away. However, when they saw that their ancestor's soul orb was shattered to such an extent, the last trace of luck in their hearts vanished without a trace. Their ancestor was indeed dead. He had died in the hands of a terrifyingly young woman. This is too terrifying, right? Who's this woman? She can even kill a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. She didn't just kill a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. She killed 2 Ninth Tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures. Only now did the group of people regain their senses. When they looked at K'er again, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Sister Kerr. Han Xuan'ai looked at Kerr with a face full of shock. She was still in a daze. When Kerr had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Xuan'ai knew Kerr had been concealing her strength. When she heard the words of Feng Tianwu and the others, she realized Kerr was not as simple as she seemed. However, she did not expect Kerr to be so powerful. Although she knew Kerr was not simple, she did not expect Kerr to be so powerful. Those were 2 Ninth Tribulation bodiless celestials. Moreover, they were both Ninth Tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures. However, in just a blink of an eye, both of them had died in her hands. Doesn't this mean that Big Sister K'er's current strength is even stronger than Big Brother Ling Tian? When Han Xuan'ai thought of this, she could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stood in the distance, and when he looked at K'er again, he couldn't regain his senses for a long time. Is she really Kerr? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at Kerr. He only felt that the figure in front of him, which should have been familiar, seemed to have become incomparably unfamiliar in an instant. However, when K'er's gaze met his, the gentleness in her eyes caused him to regain his senses in an instant. She was still his Kerr. K'er's strength has actually reached such a level? Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that apart from K'er's strength, there was no change in other aspects. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked. She killed 2 Ninth Tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures in just a breath. Moreover, Both of them didn't even have time to attack before they were killed by Kerr. Doesn't this mean Kerr's current strength is comparable to golden celestials in the Devata realms? After finding 2 heaven-ranked treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Lingtian gained a basic understanding of the cultivation bases of celestials in the Devata realms. Generally, eminent celestials would become heavenly celestials after they ascended to the Devata realms. Bodiless celestials in the mundane realms who were 3 tribulation bodiless celestials were comparable to heavenly celestials in the Devata realms. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were comparable to heavenly celestials. Above heavenly celestials were golden celestials. To be able to kill 2 heavenly celestials in just a blink of an eye, one had to be at least as strong as a golden celestial. As for great overarching golden celestials, they were much stronger than ordinary golden celestials. Although Duan Lingtian had learned from Feng Tianwu and the others, Duan Lingtian had learned that Mu Qin's strength was much stronger than before. Ku'er's current strength was no longer the same as before. She was even stronger than Mu Yi. However, he did not expect that Ku'er's current strength would be so exaggerated. This was completely beyond his imagination. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Sister Kerr. Although Feng Tianwu had witnessed Kerr's strength in the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, she was unaware that Kerr was much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Kerr. This, Feng Tianwu was not the only one. Even Gan Ru Yin and Mu Yi were dumbfounded at this moment. They did not expect Mu Chun to be so strong. They did not expect Kerr to be so strong. Those were 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who stood at the peak of the mundane realms. Chapter 2477. Swoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kerr disappeared into thin air in just a blink of an eye. When Kerr reappeared, she was standing next to Duan Lingtian. She stretched out her hand and held Duan Lingtian's hand as she leaned against Duan Lingtian. She looked like a happy little woman. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. The woman who had killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in just a blink of an eye was acting like a little woman in front of a man. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, everyone's attention shifted to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the center of attention. However, it was not because of him, but because of the woman standing next to him, his wife Kerr. Not only is this Duan Lingtian monstrous, but the woman by his side is also so heaven-defying. It's obvious his woman is stronger than him. I wonder how he managed to gain the favor of such a peerless beauty. This woman must be a celestial from a Devata realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so strong. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial because he's only an eminent celestial? It must be related to her. The crowd could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Kerr holding Duan Lingtian's hand affectionately and leaning against Duan Lingtian. A group of young men, in particular, looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Kerr. When Duan Lingtian looked at Ku'er who was leaning on him, he knew Ku'er was still the same Ku'er from before. Apart from the earth-shattering change in her strength, there was no change in other aspects. Brother Tian. Kerr leaned against Duan Lingtian and raised her head slightly to look at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with infatuation. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in her world at this moment. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Earlier, such a gentle woman had killed 2 powerful 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Kerr, are you hiding something from me? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he caressed Kerr's hair. Now, he had a very strong intuition. The reason behind Ku'er's current heaven-defying strength was most likely not as simple as it seemed. At least, it was not that simple. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr's body stiffened. In the end, under Duan Lingtian's serious gaze, she, who was not good at lying, did not hide anything from him. She told Duan Lingtian about how she had burned her soul to recover her memories from her past life and raise her strength. Burning her soul. Although Kerr had mentioned it casually, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well what it meant to burn one's soul. Kerr, why are you so silly? Duan Lingtian asked in a trembling voice as he hugged Kerr. His heart ached for her. Now that he knew the truth about Ku-er's experience of burning her soul, he could empathize with her. What if something happened to you? What would happen to Xiling and me? Unknowingly, Duan Tian's eyes were slightly red. Brother Tian, there won't be any danger. I'm not so silly as to abandon you and Xiling for my strength. I'm only doing it because it's within my means. Ku-er hadn't finished explaining when she was interrupted by Duan Tian's domineering voice. That won't do. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have let you do that. I just want to be stronger so I can help you, Brother Tian. I don't want to stay by your side like a vase. Kerr said timidly when faced with Duan Tian's domineering attitude. What do you mean by vase? I won't allow you to say that. How can you be a vase? If it weren't for you, would there be Xiling? If it weren't for you, would there be me? I've been chasing after strength all my life to protect you and my family. Upon hearing Kerr's words, Duan Tian could not help but feel slightly angry. He was angry at Kerr for being ignorant and Kerr for belittling herself. Brother Tian, I'm wrong. Although Kerr's current strength had surpassed Duan Tian, she was still a little woman in front of him. When she realized Duan Tian was angry, she was at a loss for what to do. Silly girl, facing Ku-er's pitiful appearance, no matter how great the anger in Duan Tian's heart was, it still dissipated. Moreover, Kerr had done what she did because of him. After all, the reason why Ku-er wanted to increase her strength as soon as possible was to help him. As it turned out, Kerr had helped him. Today, if it was not for Kerr, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others would not have been able to escape. Even he might not have survived. Silly girl. You're really a silly girl. Duan Tian hugged Kerr even tighter. It was as though he wanted to merge Kerr into his body so that Kerr would become a part of his body. He could take her with him anytime and anywhere and never let her go. Brother Tian, Kerr hugged Duan Tian tightly as well. At this moment, the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other as though there was no one else around them became the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, nobody made a sound. Everyone looked at the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other in silence. Everyone held their breaths as though they were afraid that a deep breath would disturb them and cause them to be displeased. It was not difficult to imagine the consequences if they were displeased. Although some of the people from the Kuan Python sect and Power Saint sect glared at the pair of man and woman with bloodshot eyes, they did not dare to make a move. After all, this woman was someone who could kill their old ancestor who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. If they tried to seek revenge, they would only be courting death. Nobody noticed this. Ganru Yin stood in the distance and looked at the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other. A hint of jealousy could be seen in her eyes. Of course, this jealousy was directed at the woman in front of her, her twin sister, Ku-er. In the past, she had only been envious of Kerr. After all, Kerr was her biological sister. However, when she had just left the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and was reprimanded by Duan Tian, she could not help but feel aggrieved. From that moment on, she was no longer envious of her sister. Instead, she was jealous of her sister. We came from the same womb. Why is my life so inferior to hers? Ganru Yin was filled with jealousy and indignation. After witnessing Kerr's strength, she felt as though she had been abandoned by the heavens. Otherwise, as twin sisters, how could there be such a huge difference between her life and her younger sister's life? Although Ganru Yin was jealous, she was not so jealous that she would do something extreme. Even in front of others, she could not show the jealousy in her heart. Brother Tian, Sister Kerr, both of you, that's enough, right? After a long while, it was Han Xuanai who could not stand it anymore. She broke the silence first. Most importantly, Brother Tian, can you let me have Sister Kerr? Han Xuanai's words caused Kerr, who was immersed in bliss, to blush. She shyly moved away from Duan Tian's embrace. Xuanai, you want me to let you have Sister Kerr because you want her to give you the secret to improving your strength quickly, right? Duan Tian reluctantly withdrew his hands from Kerr. At the same time, he glared at Han Xuanai. Naturally, he would not be angry at Han Xuanai because of this. At this moment, he finally realized that he had been too engrossed in the scene earlier. Unknowingly, he and Ku-er had acted out a romantic scene where the male and female lead embraced each other in front of the crowd. Hee. Han Xuanai, who was exposed by Duan Lingtian, could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Xuanai. At this moment, Kerr felt a little embarrassed when she noticed Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Ganru Yin looking at her. She immediately left Duan Lingtian and went to Han Xuanai's side before holding Han Xuanai's hand affectionately. Duan Lingtian treated Han Xuanai as his biological sister. Naturally, Xuanai, who loved Duan Lingtian, would do the same as well. Naturally, she went to Han Xuanai's side to resolve the awkwardness. She could ignore the way the others looked at her. However, she could not help but blush when a group of acquaintances looked at her in that manner. Let's leave first. Duan Lingtian did not want to be the center of attention. As soon as Kerr went to Han Xuanai's side, he said to the people next to him. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the others left under everyone's watchful eyes. Upon seeing this, the people from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect sighed in relief. Initially, they were worried Duan Lingtian would punish them for their ancestors' attempt to kill him and the people around him. However, it seemed like they had thought too much. Duan Lingtian did not intend to hold it against them at all. I didn't expect to see someone stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the beyond heaven secret zone. Based on her strength, she must be a true celestial. Moreover, she's at least a golden celestial. Chapter 2478. What? The devil clans have invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land from the lower province? Not long after Duan Lingtian left the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he learned from Kerr that the devil clans had invaded the Saint Province realm from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The devil clans have invaded the upper province from the lower province. The situation in the Saint Province realm will definitely worsen. I wonder if Father, Mother, and Little Fei have taken this opportunity to leave the lower province and go to the upper province? If they stay in the lower province, they'll be safe. However, if they go to the upper province... When Duan Lingtian thought up to this point, he stopped in time and was slightly afraid to continue thinking about it. Let's return to the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Now that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had appeared in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he no longer had any interest in the remaining items. For this reason, he had no intention of staying in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After learning that the devil clans had invaded the upper province from the lower province, Duan Lingtian was eager to return. I'm going to return to the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian looked around and said to the group of people beside him. Naturally, his eyes were on Mu Yi and Ganru Yin. This was because he knew that other than the two women in front of him, the others would definitely follow him wherever he went. They wouldn't even frown. Brother Lingtian, if you want to return, let's go. As expected, Han Xuanai was the first to voice her opinion. I'll listen to you, Master, Chunyi-Ru said. I've already decided to follow you to the Saint Province realm before returning to Yin Huang realm, Duan Lingtian. Now, I'm just bringing our trip forward. Zhang Yi smiled. Previously, Duan Lingtian had told Zhang Yi that he would return to the Saint Province realm before returning to Yin Huang realm. Therefore, Zhang Yi was mentally prepared for this. As for Duan Lingtian's reason for returning to the Sanctuary realm, it was to deal with some matters. Only after dealing with those matters could he go to the Yin Huang realm and return to his previous life's hometown, Earth. Kerr and Feng Tianwu didn't say anything. There was no need for them to say anything. No matter where Duan Lingtian went, they would definitely follow him. Let's go back. Anyway, my senior sister-in-law has already helped me obtain an immortal supreme treasure. Mu Yi glanced at Kerr and said, at the location of the inheritance of the Golden Immortal, she'd smoothly obtained an immortal supreme treasure that was suitable for her with the help of Kerr, and she was already extremely satisfied with this. Let's go back. Ganru Yin also nodded. Since that's the case, let's go back. Duan Lingtian led them to the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to the Saint Province realm. They were getting closer and closer to the Saint Province realm. Along the way, the large group of people was, naturally, very eye-catching. It was inevitable that they would encounter some ignorant fellows who came forward to make trouble. One had to admit that these people were unlucky. Unbeknownst to them, they were in the strongest group in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. This group could be said to be the strongest group in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Apart from having a powerhouse whose strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, there was also a powerhouse whose strength was comparable to a golden celestial who could easily kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, there were some ignorant fellows who had obtained immortal supreme treasures in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and the others managed to obtain many immortal supreme treasures. This was a pleasant surprise for them. We're here. After traveling for some time, Duan Lingtian and the others finally found the exit of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to the Saint Province realm. It was also a deep black hole. The black hole was hovering in the air, as though it could devour everything in its path. Let's go. Let's go back. Duan Lingtian called out to the others. Then, he held Kerr's hand and led the way to the black hole. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh, two sounds of air being torn apart sounded from afar. Their target was in their direction, and it instantly attracted Duan Lingtian and Kerr's attention. Both of them instantly came to a halt and looked towards the source of the sound. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others were also looking in the direction of the swoosh. In the distance, there were two figures in a sorry state rushing over at an extremely fast speed, and they seemed to be in a hurry. Nangong Yichun? Nangong Yichun? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, while Kerr's eyes lit up. Both of them were the first to see the two figures rushing over. Their speed was comparable to an eminent celestial. The two figures were none other than the current successors of the 7 Absolutes sect's 6 Absolutes, the Gemini progeny, Nangong Yichun and Nangong Yichun. At this moment, the two brothers were rushing over at lightning speed as though they were running for their lives. Their strength has increased so much? What happened to them in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw the Nangong twins' speed. He did not even think about why the Nangong twins were in such a wretched state and in such a hurry. Brother Tian, the boots they're wearing are celestial supreme treasures. When Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim in surprise, Ku Er reminded him. Celestial supreme treasures? Upon hearing Kerr's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Nangong Yichun and Duan Lingtian's boots. He instantly discovered the difference between their boots and the aura of celestial supreme treasures. Nangong Yichun's boots had lifelike divine dragons embroidered on them, while Nangong Yi's boots had lifelike phoenixes embroidered on them. It's Nangong Yichun and Nangong Yichun, Chunyi Ru exclaimed when he saw Nangong Yichun and Duan Lingtian. Nangong Yichun? Nangong Yichun? At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others finally saw the two figures in a hurry. They recognized the two figures as the current successors of the 7 Absolutes sect's 6 Absolutes, the Gemini progeny. They were Nangong Yichun and Duan Lingtian. They're still alive. Han Xuanai sighed in relief when she saw Nangong Yichun and Duan Lingtian were still alive and well. After staying in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone for a few years, she could sense how dangerous it was. She knew it would be difficult for Nangong Yichun and Duan Lingtian to survive here. After all, Nangong Yichun and Duan Lingtian were not as strong as her. She sighed in relief when she saw Nangong Yichun and Duan Lingtian were fine. She was happy for them. However, why are they so fast? Soon after, Han Xuanai and the others realized this. Currently, Nangong Yichun and Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that even powerhouses at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them could not catch up to them. Occasionally, the two figures would even disappear before their eyes. Their current speed is comparable to an ordinary eminent celestial. Chunyi Ru chimed in at this moment. Comparable to an eminent celestial? Naturally, Han Xuanai and the others believed Chunyi Ru's words. However, they were shocked when they heard his words. How's that possible? Han Xuanai exclaimed. When they first entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, their cultivation bases were only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How can their speed be so fast? I'm not too sure about that. Chenny Ru extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Nangong Yiqian and Duan Lingtian's cultivation bases were still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could not help but feel puzzled. I've just probed them with my divine consciousness. Their cultivation bases are still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their cultivation bases are at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but their speed is comparable to an eminent celestial? Han Xuanai and the others were stunned when they heard Chenny Ru's words. They were dumbstruck. Each of them has a movement celestial supreme treasure. When Han Xuanai and the others were still in a daze, Duan Lingtian's voice entered their ears in a timely manner, causing them to regain their senses immediately. Their eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian in unison. Celestial supreme treasure? While Han Xuanai and the others were still in shock, Nangong Yiqian and Duan Lingtian finally arrived near Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian? You're all here? At this moment, Nangong Yiqian and Duan Lingtian finally noticed Duan Lingtian and the others. They could not help but feel surprised. Why are you two brothers in such a hurry? I don't see anyone chasing after you. Duan Lingtian looked at the Nangong brothers and asked in bewilderment. When Duan Lingtian's words reached the ears of the Nangong brothers, they immediately shuddered. Then, the two of them seemed to have thought of something terrible. Their expressions changed. They looked at Duan Lingtian and the others and hurriedly shouted, Duan Lingtian, quick, hurry back to the Saint Province realm. They shouted as they dashed toward the black hole in front of them. They wanted to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. Whoosh! However, Duan Lingtian dodged and blocked their way with Kerr. He frowned and asked, what happened? Duan Lingtian, let's return to the Saint Province realm first. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Nangong Yi said anxiously. Although Nangong Yiqian did not lose his composure like Nangong Yi, his expression was one of panic. It was as if he had encountered something frightening. As soon as Nangong Yi finished speaking, whoosh, a powerful divine consciousness swept in from afar and shrouded the area in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the expressions of Nangong Yiqian and Duan Lingtian changed. Chapter 2479. This divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when the expressions of Nangong Yi and Duan Lingtian changed. He discovered this divine consciousness was not ordinary. This divine consciousness was extraordinary. It was at least the divine consciousness of a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's the divine consciousness of an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Ku-er was able to confirm the cultivation base of the owner of the divine sense that swept over them. Brother Tian, do you want me to follow his divine consciousness and give him a warning? Kerr asked softly as she looked at Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he discovered the owner of the divine consciousness was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. He said indifferently, I'd like to see where this 8-tribulation bodiless celestial came from. How dare he target a member of the 7 Absolutes sect? A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he finished speaking. Although Duan Lingtian and Kerr's conversation was not loud, everyone present on the scene clearly heard their conversation. Even Nangong and Duan Lingtian were shocked when they heard it. They were shocked that Kerr, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was able to identify the owner of the divine consciousness with just a few words. However, Duan Lingtian was still as calm as ever even after learning that his opponent was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. They were even more shocked. Based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, it seemed like he was not afraid of the 8-tribulation bodiless celestial at all. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The same thought appeared in the minds of Nangong and Duan Lingtian's minds at the same time. They were certain Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. They subconsciously felt that this was the only way Duan Lingtian could remain so strong when facing an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. After coming to the Beyond Heaven secret zone and meeting the people from the 4 large mundane realms, they had also heard about the patriarch of the 7 Absolute sect, Feng Qingyang. From this, He learned the reason Patriarch Feng Qingyang from the Seven Absolute sect was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials was because he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Speak. What's going on? After seeing the Nangong brothers' expressions change for a while, the anxiety on their faces gradually faded. Duan Lingtian asked again. It's like this. At this moment, Nangongyi, who thought Duan Lingtian must have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, sighed in relief before he recounted everything that had happened. A few days ago, Nangong and Duan Lingtian had seen 2 bodiless celestials leading a group of people to fight for the celestial supreme treasures that had appeared in the Earth-rank treasure vault. They could not help but stand aside and watch. In the end, they were surprised by what happened. In the end, more than half of the people from the 2 groups of people died. Only a few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage survived. Moreover, those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were severely injured and could not unleash their full strength. At this moment, Nangong and Duan Lingtian had made up their minds and snatched the celestial supreme treasures that had appeared in the Earth-rank treasure vault. It was the pair of boots that they were wearing. Both of you are quite lucky. Not only are you the Oriole behind, but you even managed to snatch 2 celestial supreme treasures. During our journey here, we had also come across Earth-rank treasure vaults, but each of them only had 1 celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he heard Nangongyi's words. Although we were lucky, we got into trouble because of this. Nangongyi smiled bitterly. At that time, the remaining powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were severely injured. However, it was impossible for the 2 of us to kill them in such a short time. At that time, they had already used their communication jade tokens, so there was a chance that someone would come to their aid. Moreover, one of them said that an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from their sect was nearby and would come to our aid soon. At that time, the 2 of us were so frightened that we only had one thought in mind, and that was to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. You know what's going to happen next? Nangongyi sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he smiled faintly and said, no matter what, I still have to congratulate both of you for obtaining a celestial supreme treasure each. Moreover, they're all movement celestial supreme treasures. Compared to offensive celestial supreme treasures, movement celestial supreme treasures were much more difficult to refine and were rarer. Hualao, the 3-legged golden crow, had told Duan Lingtian about this when he was still alive. At that time, Hualao had told him about many movement celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the only movement celestial supreme treasure that Duan Lingtian remembered was the pair of firestorm wheels that belonged to Neza, the son of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing. If you want to congratulate us, let's get through this first. That 8 tribulation bodiless celestial has already detected our location with his divine consciousness. Nangongyi said with a wry smile on his face. Don't worry. A mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial won't be able to snatch your celestial supreme treasures under my watch. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, he had a carefree expression on his face, and his eyes revealed strong confidence. How dare you, brat? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang from afar, causing Nangong and Li Jing's expressions to change drastically. Duan Lingtian was very confident. However, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was almost invincible to Nangong and Li Jing. Therefore, when they realized that the other party had rushed over, their expressions subconsciously changed. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air, accompanied by a ghostly figure. This figure's speed was so swift that only Duan Lingtian and Ku Er were able to clearly catch sight of it. It was a tall and big red-clad old man. His figure was like a ball of red flame as he flew through the air. It seemed as though he could burn everything in his path. The old man's aura was extremely powerful. He could be considered as one of the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. This old man's aura is comparable to the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm whom I killed earlier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could tell the old man's aura was not weak at all. The red-clad old man's cultivation base was only slightly weaker than the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, whom he had killed earlier. Whoosh! It was as though a scorching gust of wind had blown past. The red-robed old man had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others at an extremely fast speed. He hovered in the air as his red robe fluttered in the wind. He looked as though he was being burned by a ball of fire, but his body was not damaged at all. Boy, I'm curious. Where did you, an eminent celestial, get the courage to say that I, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, am not strong enough to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from them under your nose? The red-robed old man had a square face. When he glared at Duan Lingtian, it was as though his body was shrouded in flames. He emitted waves of terrifying coldness that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. What? Are you looking down on eminent celestials? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. His expression did not change when he saw the red-clad old man's overbearing attitude. As an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, the red-clad old man was not stupid. When he saw Duan Lingtian was still so calm, he could not help but wonder, this boy, he's still so calm even at this moment? What's his trump card? The red-clad old man was puzzled. Could it be? Soon after, the red-clad old man's expression changed as though he had thought of something. He stared at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Could it be that you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?" The red-clad old man had thought of this possibility because 100,000 years ago, the person from the Saint Province realm who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial before he left the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, if there were any eminent celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone who were not afraid of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, it would be those who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Humph! Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Nangongyi scoffed. You're pretty smart to be able to guess that Duan Lingtian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, there's something else you don't know. He's the successor of Senior Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Swoosh! Upon hearing Nangongyi's words, the red-clad old man's expression changed drastically. Feng Qingyang. He was the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. In that case, all of you are from the Saint Province realm, right? Is this the exit that leads to the Saint Province realm from the Beyond Heaven secret zone? At this moment, the red-clad old man noticed the black hole hovering in the air. That's right. Nangongyi raised his head proudly, as though he was proud to be from the Saint Province realm. I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, at this critical moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again. Upon hearing this, the smile on Nangongyi's face froze. Even Nangong Chen's expression changed slightly. Duan Lingtian said, Duan Lingtian? He did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? He didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The red-clad old man's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What? Do you think I don't have the ability to stop you from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Chapter 2480. Duan Lingtian's words were exactly what the red-clad old man was thinking. In his opinion, this was not the case. Since the purple-clad young man was an eminent celestial and did not possess the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man to be stronger than him. However, the calmness displayed by the purple-clothed young man in front of him caused him to panic. Was the purple-clad young man trying to be mysterious, or was he really not afraid of him? He was not certain. Wait a minute! The red-clad old man's eyes widened, as though he had just recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian warily and asked, Are you Duan Lingtian, who killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? The red-clad old man had heard a rumor some time ago. It was said that an eminent celestial named Duan Lingtian had killed a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. At that time, when he heard this rumor, he was skeptical, but more than that, he didn't believe it. Earlier, one of the twins called him Duan Lingtian. The red-clad old man had thought about how Nangongi had mentioned Duan Lingtian earlier. For this reason, he was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. He was certain the rumor was true. He was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. If the rumor was true and the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, there was no need for him to fear Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had killed a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Although he was an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, his strength was only comparable to a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian killed a seventh tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? As soon as the red-robed old man finished speaking, Nangong and his brother were stunned again. They had never heard of Duan Lingtian killing two seven-tribulation bodiless celestials. The Beyond Heaven's secret zone was huge, and the people inside were scattered all over the place. For this reason, although news of Duan Lingtian killing two seven-tribulation bodiless celestials had reached the ears of many people in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, Nangong and Duan Lingtian did not hear about it. It was precisely because of this that they couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the red-robed old man's words. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Hearing the red-robed old man's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He had no intention of answering the red-robed old man's question. Kill a seventh tribulation loose celestial who possessed an immortal supreme treasure. Not long ago, even an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure had been killed by him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The red-robed old man's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No matter what, he was still an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial. Since when did an eminent celestial dare to speak to him in such a manner? However, he could not do anything about it. Humph. In the end, the red-robed old man did not make a move. He scoffed before he turned around and left without saying anything. He's a smart person. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the red-robed old man had left. After all, he had already made up his mind. If the red-robed old man dared to make a move, he would not show any mercy. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not think an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial was a threat at all. Nangong and his brother were dumbfounded when they saw the red-robed old man leaving. Duan Lingtian did not even make a move, but he managed to scare an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial away? Was this a dream? We're not dreaming, right? Nangong asked as he looked at Nangong Chun, who was standing next to him. Nangong Chun shook his head as well, indicating he did not know. The two brothers stared at each other for a long time before they regained their senses. Hey, why are you and your brother in a daze? Both of you are really lucky. Not only did you manage to survive in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone for a few years, but you even managed to obtain two celestial supreme treasures. Nangong and his brother only regained their senses when they heard Han Xuanai's voice. However, they ignored Han Xuanai. Instead, they looked at Duan Lingtian with bewilderment in their eyes. In the end, Nangong could not help but ask, Duan Lingtian, the eight-tribulation bodiless celestial said you killed a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Is that true? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face when he heard Nangong's question. To Duan Lingtian, Nangong was not only his old friend, but he was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect. Therefore, he did not only feel friendship towards Nangong, but he also felt that they were from the same sect. He would not underestimate Nangong just because there was a huge gap between their strengths. It's true. After receiving confirmation from Duan Lingtian, Nangong knew it was true. He was petrified. Nangong Chun, who had remained silent the entire time, was petrified as well. Nangong and his brother were petrified when they recalled the time they first met Duan Lingtian. They could not help but sigh inwardly. In recent years, after they had become members of the Seven Absolute sect, they had finally managed to catch up to Duan Lingtian. However, they had been left in the dust by Duan Lingtian again. From the beginning until the end, the Nangong twins did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian would not lie to them, and there was no need for him to do so. What's there to be surprised about? Han Shuanai scoffed when she saw Nangong, and his brother were stunned by the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. She said, Duan Lingtian is just a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Not long ago, Brother Lingtian even killed an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Han Shuanai was excited when she finished speaking. It was as though she was the one who had killed the eight-tribulation bodiless celestial and not Duan Lingtian. Moreover, that eight-tribulation bodiless celestial was widely acknowledged as the strongest eight-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. So what if he was the strongest eight-tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm? He still died in the hands of Big Brother Lingtian. Han Shuanai said, "What?" Upon hearing Han Shuanai's words, Nangong and his brother who had just regained their senses were stunned again. After a while, they finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian, is this true? Nangong looked at Duan Lingtian again. It seemed as though he would only believe what Han Shuanai had said if Duan Lingtian confirmed it. What? Are you doubting my words? Han Shuanai was slightly displeased when she heard Nangong Yi's words. Yes, it's true. Duan Lingtian nodded. The hearts of the Nangong brothers shuddered once again. How's this possible? Didn't you say you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great, overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? If that's the case, how did you become so powerful? Although Nangong Yi did not doubt Duan Lingtian's strength, he could not help but feel puzzled. It's a long story. We'll talk about it in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he said, We're about to return to the Saint Province realm. If you don't want to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for too long, you can come with us. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian did not wait for Nangong Yi's reply. He looked at Kerr, who was standing next to him, and said with a faint smile, Kerr, let's go? All right. Kerr nodded obediently. Tian Wu. At the same time, Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu. Immediately, the three of them flew side by side. When they flew out, they merged into the black hole in front of them and disappeared completely. It was as if they were completely swallowed by the black hole. I advise all of you to come with us. With your strength, you're lucky to be able to survive in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, let alone obtain a celestial supreme treasure. If you don't want to die in the hands of others, it's best to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone now. Before Han Shuanai, Mui Yi, Chen Yiru, and the others entered the black hole and returned to the Saint Province realm, she reminded Nangong and Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, only Nangong and Duan Lingtian were left near the entrance that connected the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the Saint Province realm. Let's go as well. The two of them looked at each other. As soon as Nangong Yi finished speaking, both of them flew out and entered the black hole in the void in front of them. They completely disappeared from the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the Saint Province realm, in a valley shrouded in fog in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the snowy valley rang in the air. Soon after, figures appeared out of thin air above the valley. It was as though celestial soldiers had descended from the sky. I'm back. Duan Lingtian could not help but take a deep breath as he immersed himself in the aura of the Saint Province realm. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Province realm was not as rich as the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he felt at home. However, when he returned to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he felt like he was at home. This was something that the Beyond Heaven secret zone could not give him. Xiling Ku-er stood next to Duan Lingtian. As soon as she appeared in the air above the valley, she extended her divine consciousness and discovered her daughter, Duan Xiling, was in closed-door cultivation. She could not help but call out to her daughter, Duan Siling. Naturally, it was also because she discovered her daughter was not in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, she would absolutely not have rashly disturbed her own daughter. No matter how much she missed her daughter, she would not disturb her daughter's cultivation. Chapter 2481. Mother. Since Duan Siling was not in closed-door cultivation, she could clearly sense what was happening outside. A familiar voice rang from outside and called her name. Duan Siling was instantly jolted awake from her cultivation. She was certain the owner of the voice was her mother who had left a few years ago. Bang! A soft sound rang in the air as Duan Siling raised her hand and opened the door. Following that, her slender figure flew out and appeared in the valley in just a blink of an eye. Father! Mother! As soon as Duan Siling came out, she saw her father and mother whom she had been missing day and night. She could not help but rush forward with tears in her eyes. It was as though the longing she had accumulated for a few years had finally erupted at this moment. Siling. Ku-er flew toward Duan Siling. When Duan Siling was halfway through her flight, Ku-er hugged her tightly as though she did not want to let go. Siling. The calmness on Duan Ling Tian's face was completely shattered when he saw the slender and elegant young girl hugging Ku-er. A hint of gentleness appeared in his eyes, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A few years had passed, and his daughter had grown up. Currently, Duan Siling was already 16 years old. She had inherited Duan Lingtian and Ker's features, but there was not much childishness left on her face. When would she be able to shed her childishness? At that time, she would truly be an adult. Feng Tianwu stood next to Duan Lingtian. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes when she saw Ker and Duan Siling hugging each other. If only it was possible. How she wished she could have a child with her elder brother Duan. Han Xuanai, Chenny Ru, and the others who came out from behind Duan Lingtian looked at the mother and daughter who were hugging each other. None of them made a sound. It was as though they were afraid of disturbing the mother and daughter. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Oracle Man and Zoroastrianism's guardian Qing Hua had also appeared outside the two wooden huts. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and the others had returned safely, they were sincerely happy. However, when they sensed the atmosphere at the scene and saw the mother and daughter hugging each other, no matter how much they wanted to say in their hearts, they were not in a hurry to speak. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After about 10 breaths, Ker and Duan Siling finally noticed the silence in the air. At the same time, they also noticed the gazes on them. The mother and daughter could not help but blush. Then, Ker held Duan Lingtian's hand and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Father. Duan Siling looked at Duan Lingtian, who had not changed at all. A joyful smile appeared on her beautiful face that still retained her childishness. She admired and respected the father in front of her. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've grown so big. You're almost as tall as your mother now. Duan Lingtian said affectionately as he patted Duan Siling's head. Currently, Duan Siling was slender and graceful. She was only half a head taller than her mother, Ker. It would take her at most 1 or 2 years to catch up to her mother's height. Siling, Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Siling with a doting smile on her face. Do you still remember me? Annie Dunwu. Duan Siling took a few steps forward and walked up to Feng Tianwu. She held Feng Tianwu's hand naturally and giggled. How could I forget you? Annie Tianwu. You're still the same as a few years ago. You're still so young and beautiful. You haven't changed at all. Before Feng Tianwu entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, although she did not spend much time with Duan Siling, she doted on Duan Siling a lot. Duan Siling had a good impression of her as well. Siling, you're such a sweet talker. A smile appeared on Feng Tianwu's face when she heard Duan Siling's words. Her eyes were filled with affection. Siling, what about me? What about me? Do you still remember me? At this moment, Han Xuanai also joined in the fun. After Duan Siling greeted Han Xuanai, she walked up to Gan Ruyan and held Gan Ruyan's hand tightly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, the Oracle Man, and Qing Hua had already gathered together. How's your trip to the Sword Saint secret zone this time? The Oracle Man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Junior Uncle Prophet, Actually, there's no such thing as the Sword Saint's secret zone. Duan Lingtian seemed to have expected the Oracle Man would ask this question. For this reason, he replied as soon as the Oracle Man finished speaking. There's no such thing as the Sword Saint's secret zone? What do you mean by that? The Oracle Man was, naturally, confused when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The Sword Saint's secret zone we entered is not the Sword Saint's secret zone. It's the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian, who had been prepared for this, told the Oracle Man everything he had seen and heard in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He told the Oracle Man that the space behind the black hole was not the Sword Saint's secret zone but the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not forget to mention that Senior Feng Qingyang had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. The Beyond Heaven secret zone? It's connected to 5 mundane realms? Our Saint Province realm is only a small mundane realm, while the other 5 mundane realms are large mundane realms? There are many powerhouses in the large mundane realms. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials aren't common in our Saint Province realm, but there are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in almost every era in the large mundane realms. Moreover, there are more than 1 or 2 of them. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. That's why he's able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he's just an eminent celestial. Not only was the old prophet shocked by Duan Lingtian's words, but even Xinghua was shocked as well. Then, Duan Lingtian continued to tell the 2 old men about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There are so many powerhouses in the mundane realms. Even a top sect has 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. The Oracle Man and Xinghua were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They realized they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Junior Uncle Prophet, what's the situation in the Upper Province now that the Devil Clans have invaded the Upper Province? It had been a few years since the Devil Clans invaded the Upper Province. Duan Lingtian, who had rushed back to the Saint Province realm, was eager to learn more about the situation in the Upper Province. After all, it was better to know yourself and know your enemy. About a year ago, I lost contact with the outside world. At that time, the connection between me and the Red Dust Lineage's intelligence network was mysteriously cut off. The Oracle Man sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he smiled wryly and said, "Now, I suspect the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network is either under someone's control or has been uprooted. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to not send me any information at all." Ever since Han Shuanai's master had passed away, the Oracle Man had temporarily taken over the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network. Initially, the Oracle Man had planned to hand over the Red Dust Progeny's information network to Han Shuanai after she returned from the Sword Saint secret zone. However, he did not expect this. A year ago, the Red Dust Progeny's information network had completely disappeared. You don't know what happened? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. The Oracle Man shook his head. I wanted to investigate as well. However, I discovered that since the Devil Clans invaded the Upper Province, there have been a lot of Devil Clans in the Northern Province. With my cultivation base, I can't even go anywhere in the Northern Province, let alone the Northern Province. A hint of helplessness could be heard in the Oracle Man's voice when he spoke. He was a human who had not even broken through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was extremely difficult for him to go anywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where the Devil Clans gathered. Moreover, he could be exposed at any time and be killed by the Devil Clans. Initially, I was worried that after the Red Dust Progeny's information network was destroyed, it would only take slightly more than a year for the humans and the Devil Clans to come here. The Oracle Man continued to say, "Now that I see all of you have returned safely, I'm relieved. Moreover, since the Beyond Heaven secret zone is behind the black hole, it doesn't matter even if it's exposed. Moreover, according to you, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial has already been obtained by someone else. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the Devil Clans entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial." The Oracle Man said, "Junior Uncle Prophet, it would only take slightly more than a year for the news of you being here to be exposed?" Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. What do you mean? The oracle man seemed to have guessed Duan Lingtian would ask this question. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he said, the information network of the Red Dust progeny in the Seven Absolute sect is very complicated. However, due to the fact that I received information from the Red Dust progeny's information network in this place, I've left some traces in the Red Dust progeny's information network. If there's someone who has control over the Red Dust progeny's information network and intends to investigate this matter, it would only take slightly more than a year for the news of me being here to be exposed. The oracle man's words answered Duan Lingtian's question. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian finally understood the oracle man's words. It seems like I'll have to investigate the situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land on my own. Chapter 2482. Since Duan Lingtian and the others had returned, there was no need for the oracle man and the others to stay in this godforsaken place. Let's go. Let's return to the Seven Absolute sect's temporary estate. Under Duan Lingtian's lead, the group of people made their way to the Seven Absolute sect's temporary estate. It was also the nameless snow-capped peak. Initially, it was a peaceful journey. However, not long after that, two male devils with dog heads and human bodies appeared. They stared at Kuer, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others with a greedy look in their eyes. Dog devils? Duan Lingtian could tell they were from the Dog Devil clan just by looking at their features. He had stayed in the Human Devil clan in the Debussy Subterranean for a while, so he knew a lot about the Devil clans. This included the Dog Devil clan. Although the Demonic Dog clan was not in the top echelon of the Demon clan, it was in the second echelon. It was a very powerful clan. Same old rules. Kill the men and leave the women alive. The two dog devils looked at each other and said at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged toward Duan Lingtian and the others like a gust of wind. Their targets were Duan Lingtian and the others. Humph! A scoff rang in the air as soon as the two dog devils made their move. Chunyi-Ru snorted as he shot out like an arrow. In just a blink of an eye, he was in front of the two dog devils. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two dog devils were only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the old man glaring at them. Although they were from the devil clans and had strange appearances, their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Seeing this old man appear out of thin air in front of them, they were unable to react from the beginning to the end. They didn't even need to guess to know that this old man was the old man. The strength of the old man in front of them was far above them. Two monsters. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my master? You're courting death. Chunyi-Ru said as the expressions of the two dog devils changed drastically. The moment his voice fell, his right hand, which had been accumulating power for a long time, suddenly swung out, bringing along a bright and dazzling blade light. Hum! The saber light tore through the air, leaving a tiny crack in the void. The next moment, Poochie! Poochie! After two light sounds, the two demonic dogs' bodies were cut in half at the waist. Even when they were killed, their eyes were still wide open, as if they were unable to die in peace. Boom! After killing the two dog devils, Chunyi-Ru waved his left hand and a vast power swept out. Like a ball of fire, it incinerated the corpses of the two dog devils. When he saw this scene, Duan Lingtian, who stood nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Chunyi-Ru had always been prudent. This time, after Chunyi-Ru killed the two dog devils, he destroyed the corpses of the two dog devils so his daughter, Duan Xiling, would not be able to witness such a bloody scene. While Chunyi-Ru was destroying the corpses of the two dog devils, a faint aura began to spread in the air. Mirror Image Dao Talisman? Sensing this aura, Chunyi-Ru couldn't help but sneer. Although the aura of the Mirror Image Dao Talisman meant one of the dog devils had a powerful background, Chunyi-Ru did not mind. Nevertheless, he was not bothered by it. After all, the person behind the dog devil who possessed the Mirror Image Dao Talisman might not be stronger than him. So what if that person was stronger than him? His master's strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. His master's wife, his mistress, had killed 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures in just a blink of an eye. Her strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Even if the person behind this dog devil is a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, he'll still die if he dares to come looking for trouble. Chani Ru was very confident in his mistress's strength. The reason Chani Ru felt Ku's strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms was because he knew Ku's strength was comparable to a golden celestial. Duan Lingtian had told him about the cultivation base levels in the Devata realms after they had reunited in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian had mentioned golden celestials who were above heavenly celestials. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was comparable to a peak heavenly celestial. Once a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Devata realms, they would become golden celestials. Of course, Master said it's unlikely for there to be a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial among the devil clans in the land of exile. Cheni Ru had heard about this from Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, whether the devil clans had a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial or not, they were no longer a threat to them. There's a mirror image talisman? Since Cheni Ru had sensed the aura of the mirror image talisman, Duan Lingtian and the others had sensed it as well. After Han Xuanai sensed it, she rolled her eyes and giggled. I'd like to see. If the person behind this demon dares to come to us, I don't think so. Nangongyi chimed in. Based on Senior Chani Ru's strength, the ordinary devil clans would be wary of him if they saw him through the mirror image talisman. It's impossible for them to seek revenge from Senior Chani Ru. No matter what, Chani Ru was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Ordinary devil clans would not dare to seek revenge from him. The appearance of the two dog devils was only a small interlude to Duan Lingtian and the others. Along the way, they encountered a few more groups of devils, but all of them were killed by Cheni Ru. The strongest devil clans they encountered was only at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Let alone Cheni Ru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, even Nangong and Nangongyi Ru would be able to kill them easily. We're here. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the nameless snowy peak, where the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate was located. A year ago, I received news from the Red Dust progeny that the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate has been taken over by the Devil clans. The Oracle man said. Although he knew the Devil clans had taken over the nameless snowy peak, he did not warn Duan Lingtian to be careful. After all, he had learned from Nangongyi that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even without the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his strength is comparable to a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial and ancestral master Feng Qingyang. After hearing this from Nangong Yi, the elder of heavenly secrets was stunned for a long time. After a while, he looked for Duan Lingtian to confirm it. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. This meant the Seven Absolute sect would be able to shine again under the leadership of their new sect leader. They would be able to achieve the same glory as ancestral master Feng Qingyang 100,000 years ago. Since the Oracle man knew Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was not worried the devil clans would pose a threat to Duan Lingtian. As a matter of fact, this was indeed the case. The devil clans that occupied the nameless snowy peak, where the Seven Absolutes sect used to be, was only a group of boar devils. The strongest among them was only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Cheni Ru alone was enough to annihilate all of them. Since then, the Seven Absolutes sect had reclaimed their lost temporary estate. Thud, thud, thud. Spare my life, my lord. Spare my life, my lord. A monster with a pig's head and a human's body was kneeling on the ground in a spacious hall. He kept knocking his head on the ground. Although his forehead was bleeding profusely, he did not seem to be aware of it as he continued to knock his head on the ground. He kept kowtowing as he begged for mercy. A purple-clad young man was seated at the head of the hall. Behind the purple-clothed young man, an old man stood there respectfully, following the purple-clothed young man's lead. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, the monster with a pig's head and a human's body who was kowtowing and begging for mercy was a boar devil. Chani Ru had intentionally spared his life when he took back the nameless snowy peak that was the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate. He had spared the Boar Devil's life because of Duan Lingtian's orders. The Boar Devil continued to kowtow and beg for mercy. Occasionally, he would raise his head and look at the purple-clad young man sitting at the head of the hall. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. In his opinion, the old man standing behind the purple-clad young man was akin to a devil. The old man had killed his companions with just a wave of his hand. He was the only one who had survived. Naturally, he knew the old man had spared his life on purpose. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive. However, the old man, who was akin to a devil in his eyes, was so respectful to the purple-clad young man. He even addressed the purple-clad young man as master. It was not difficult for him to imagine. The purple-clad young man must be even more terrifying than the old man. "Tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go," Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at the Boar Devil. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Boar Devil realized he was only alive because the purple-clad young man had something to ask him. "Please ask, my lord. I'll tell you everything I know." At this moment, the Boar Demon also stopped kowtowing and begging for mercy and answered respectfully. Ever since the Devil clans invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland, the upper province has been in chaos. What I want to know is, what's the current situation in the upper province? Is the Devil clans in the upper hand, or is the human clans in the upper hand? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. The Boar Devil was worried the purple-clad young man would ask some tricky questions. He had mentally prepared himself for it. Chapter 2483. My lord, is this what you wanted to ask? The Boar Devil wondered if he had misheard Duan Lingtian. Was there a need to ask about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland? "I don't want to ask again." Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he saw the Boar Devil looking at him skeptically. A hint of impatience could be seen on his face. Yes. The Boar Devil was frightened out of his wits when he heard Duan Lingtian's impatient tone. Following that, he did not dare to hide anything from Duan Lingtian and told him about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland. The southern and northern regions of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland have fallen into the hands of the Devil clans. The Devil clans didn't succeed in the western region due to the existence of the Phoenix clan. As for the eastern region, the Devil clans didn't succeed due to the existence of the dragons. Currently, the central region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland is also the main battlefield between the Devil clans from the Land of Exile and the people from the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian learned about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland after listening to the Boar Devil's explanation. Up until now, the strongest person in the Devil clans is an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. The 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Phoenix clan and the 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Devil clans are evenly matched. At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned about the strength of the Devil clans. An 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. This shouldn't be the full strength of the Devil clans. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. There might not be a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the Devil clans. However, it was impossible for there to be only one 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the Devil clans. "Since you're willing to cooperate, Scram," Duan Lingtian said indifferently after he learned what he wanted to know from the Boar Devil, who was kneeling on the ground. In his opinion, the Boar Devil was just a nobody. This Boar Demon was just an insignificant existence in the demon race. It didn't matter whether he was killed or not. "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you, sir." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Boar Demon excitedly thanked the Duan Lingtian before leaving the hall. As soon as he exited the hall, he fled from the nameless snowy mountain. Now, it's time to go to the dragons and settle the old score with them. After the Boar Demon left, Duan Lingtian abruptly stood up from his seat in the main hall, his eyes blazing with flames. That was the flame of anger. He would never forget 2 of his 7 absolute sect successors had died at the hands of the dragon tribe. The successor of the Kratos, Gu Li. The successor of the 4 absolutes, the Dark Shadow lineage, Yu Wuying. Senior brother Gu Li, if you're watching from the heavens, please watch carefully. I'll go to the dragons immediately to avenge you. Duan Lingtian left the hall in a flash. He stood in the void outside the hall and looked up at the sky as he muttered to himself, Sandow. After a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and called out to Chen Yiru, who had just exited the hall. Master. Chen Yiru responded respectfully. From now on, you don't have to follow me anymore, Duan Lingtian said. Master. Chen Yiru became anxious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Master, did I do something that didn't go your way? If so, please tell me. I'll definitely remember it next time. Don't misunderstand. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly as he said, What I mean is, from today onward, we're no longer master and servant. If you want to leave, it's up to you. If you don't want to leave, you can stay and be a guardian of the 7 Invincible sect. Naturally, it's up to you. Chen Yiru had been following him for some time now. He was very satisfied with his loyalty. For this reason, he decided to return Chen Yiru's freedom. I've misunderstood you. Only then did Chen Yiru realize that he had misunderstood his master's intentions. At the same time, he continued, Master, thank you for removing Sandow's master-servant relationship. However, Sandow is now willing to follow you, so there's no need for you to do this. All right, it's settled then. From today onward, you're free. Duan Lingtian spoke once more with an extremely resolute tone. In that case, I'm willing to stay in the 7 Invincible sect as a guardian. Chen Yiru could sense Duan Lingtian's determination, so he did not say anything else. Instead, he expressed his willingness to stay in the 7 Absolutes sect and become a guardian. The 7 Invincible sect welcomes you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Chen Yiru's words. Then, he told the other members of the 7 Invincible sect about this. Welcome, Guardian Chen. Welcome, Guardian Chen. The Oracle Man and the other members of the 7 Invincible sect welcomed Chen Yiru, a 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial. This meant that the strength of the 7 Invincible sect would rise to another level. Previously, although Chen Yiru had followed Duan Lingtian, he was still Duan Lingtian's servant and not a member of the 7 Invincible sect. If Duan Lingtian ascended to the mundane realm one day, Chen Yiru would most likely leave as well. Now that Chen Yiru had become a guardian of the 7 Invincible sect, it meant he would protect the 7 Invincible sect regardless of whether Duan Lingtian ascended or not. After all, the 7 Invincible sect was now his sect. Kerr, I'm going to visit the dragons. After Duan Lingtian made up his mind to seek revenge from the dragons, he immediately went to look for Kerr and informed her of his plans. Brother Tian, I'll go with you. Kerr said, There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. With my current cultivation base, I'm not afraid even if the dragons have 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials, let alone the fact that there might not be any 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials in the dragons. Moreover, don't you have the Jade token I gave you? If I need your help, I'll notify you through the Jade token. You can come over as soon as you can. With your current strength, it'll only take you a few dozen breaths to travel across half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian did not plan to bring Kerr with him to the dragons. Moreover, apart from protecting Sealing, you'll be able to protect the others as well. With you around, I don't have to worry about their safety. Duan Lingtian said. Since Duan Lingtian had said so, naturally, Kerr did not insist on going to the dragons with Duan Lingtian. However, she still said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, Brother Tian, if you encounter any trouble, you must inform me immediately. Kerr agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Although she knew there was nothing in the upper province that could threaten Duan Lingtian, she could not help but worry about his safety. She was worried something would happen to Duan Lingtian. One had to know that the reason why her strength had increased so quickly was all because she wanted to do something for her brother Tian. She did not want to be a vase by his side. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Kerr's seriousness. Then, he said, As for Tian Wu, help me inform her. If there are no accidents, it won't take long for me to make my way to the dragons. All right. Kerr nodded. She was as docile as a kitten in front of Duan Lingtian. After informing Kerr, Duan Lingtian left the nameless snowy peak where the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate was located. He left the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and made his way to the eastern region. After entering the eastern region, he continued to make his way to the dragon's estate. During this journey, Duan Lingtian traveled at full speed, so it did not take him long to arrive at the 100,000 mountains where the dragon's estate was located. This is the 100,000 mountains? This is where the dragon's estate is? To Duan Lingtian, the illusory fog formations outside the dragon's estate were child's play. With his current strength, he could easily see through it. He could even ignore it. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian moved as the sword formation under his feet opened up a path for him. He turned into a streak of light as he charged into the dragon clan's estate. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! I can feel the terrifying speed just by listening to the sound. Is it a devil clan's powerhouse? Who dares to trespass on the dragon's estate? Many people in the dragon's estate were horrified when they heard the sound. It was obvious the newcomer did not come with good intentions. At this moment, a commotion broke out in the dragon's estate. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect, has come to the dragon's estate to seek revenge for the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. If the dragons don't hand over the culprit, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the dragons today. A thunderous voice descended from the sky and was clearly heard by all the members of the dragon tribe in the dragon tribe's encampment. Instantly, the entire dragon clan's encampment fell into dead silence. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of 7 Absolutes sect, had personally come? That was not the main point. The main point was, the sect leader of 7 Absolutes sect had said he had come to the dragon's estate to seek revenge. Moreover, he had said he would annihilate the dragons if the dragons did not hand over the culprit who killed the members of 7 Absolute sect. Did I hear wrongly? The sect leader of 7 Absolute sect, Duan Lingtian, said he's going to annihilate the dragons? Somewhere in the dragon clan's encampment, a member of the dragon clan questioned in shock. You heard right. He said he'll annihilate the dragons if the dragons don't hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. He's crazy. Crazy. The sect leader of 7 Absolute sect is crazy. Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten to annihilate the dragons? He's digging his own grave. The sect leader of 7 Absolute sect is digging his own grave. The people in the dragon's estate roared furiously when they regained their senses. Moreover, they felt the same way. Chapter 2484. In the air above the dragon's residence in the 100,000 mountains, a purple-clad young man hovered in the air as he looked down indifferently. This was where the dragon's residence was located. Senior brother Gu Li, I'll avenge you today. All of a sudden, the purple-clothed young man spoke in a low voice. His originally cold gaze instantly became incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just barged into the dragon's residence. He would kill the dragons. This was exactly what he had just said, and it was not a lie. If the dragons refused to hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing, he would kill the dragons to avenge Gu Li, Yu Wuing, and Xuanai's master. Originally, when he had just returned, he had thought that he might as well directly exterminate the dragon clan without saying a word. After all, he had the ability to do so now. Even if he was not strong enough, he still had Kerr. With Kerr's help, even if there were 10 dragons, she would not be able to kill them, let alone one dragon. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about how the dragons had helped the Saint Province realm, he decided to kill the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. As long as the dragons no longer treated him, Duan Lingtian, and the 7 Absolute sect as their enemies, he would let bygones be bygones. Naturally, this was on the premise that the dragons were willing to cooperate. If the dragons were unwilling to cooperate, Duan Lingtian would not be merciful and would just kill them. There's no bodiless celestial among the dragons who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Duan Lingtian had learned this from Chen Yiru. Otherwise, he would not have come alone today. After all, if there was a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial among the dragons who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, Duan Lingtian would be in a passive position and might even die before he could achieve victory. It was precisely because he had long known this that he dared to make a declaration after arriving at the Dragon Clan. If the dragons refused to hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing, he would Duan Lingtian and kill the dragons. Naturally, it's not a big deal even if the Dragon Clan has a bodiless celestial who has mastered the Soul Congregation embodiment technique. As long as I bring Ku-Er with me, even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the Soul Congregation embodiment technique won't be able to hit me. Ku-Er's current cultivation base is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Her soul is also comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. With Ku-Er's soul, she can easily block the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought about Kerr. In fact, before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Lingtian did not think he would need to rely on Kerr. However, it had to be said that Ku-Er's current strength had given him a lot of confidence. If the dragons don't know what's good for them, I'll just kill them. With Kerr's and my strength, even if there are no dragons in the Saint Province realm, there's no need for us to fear the devil clans from the land of exile. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes shone brightly as he waited for the Dragon Clan's response. Duan Lingtian hovered behind the clouds above the Dragon Clan's estate. His surroundings were calm and serene. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out in the dragon's residence. Annihilate the dragons? Someone actually said he wants to annihilate the dragons. In the past, in the long history of the dragons, no one has ever dared to claim that they want to annihilate the dragons. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, is really out of his mind. Humph. Ever since the devil clans invaded the upper province, we haven't heard anything about Duan Lingtian. Not only did he appear in the dragon's residence, but he even threatened to annihilate the dragons if we don't hand over Duan Lingtian. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. The Patriarch and the Supreme Elders must have heard Duan Lingtian's words by now, right? Humph. As long as the Patriarch and the Supreme Elders make a move, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the dragon's residence. However, none of the dragons thought Duan Lingtian was strong enough to annihilate the dragons. They thought Duan Lingtian was digging his own grave by coming here, somewhere in the dragon's residence. At that time, I was the one who personally killed Gu Li. However, I was only acting on the orders of Elder Di Huan, the supreme elder of our dragon clan. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he wants the dragons to hand over Elder Di Huan. Hearing the threatening words coming from the horizon, the middle-aged man who was originally sitting cross-legged on the mountainside cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. As he muttered, a disdainful and mocking smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At another place, he wants the dragons to hand over Elder Di Huan? How naive. Why doesn't he think about it? Even if the dragons really hand over Elder Di Huan, is he a match for Elder Di Huan? Is he able to kill Elder Di Huan and avenge the members of the 7 Absolute sect? The 2 members of the Dragon Clan who were ordered by Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, to kill Yu Wuing and Han Xuanai's master could not help but sneer as they spoke. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Di Huan was the supreme elder of the dragons. He was also the father of Di Chun, an elder of the dragons who had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation because of Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian had given Di Chun a taste of his own medicine. He had forced Di Chun to kneel and beg for mercy. Due to this, Di Chun, who was about to undergo the bodiless Celestial Tribulation, had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Due to this, Di Huan, Di Chun's father, and the supreme elder of the dragons, viewed Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. When Di Huan found out that Duan Lingtian was the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, he had vented his anger on the members of the 7 Absolute sect. Gu Li, Yu Wuing, and Han Xuanai's masters were killed at that time. In a vast valley in the dragon's residence. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the calm surface of the lake in the valley suddenly exploded. Immediately after, splashes of water flew in all directions. It was an exceptionally beautiful scene. Whoosh! At the same time, a figure shot out from the lake like a cannonball, shooting straight into the sky. After a while, Another figure appeared in the sky above the valley. At this moment, any bodiless celestial from the dragons would be able to recognize this person. The owner of the figure was none other than Elder Di Huan, one of the 3 supreme elders of the dragon clan. Duan Lingtian, you actually came to me on a silver platter. Good. Very good. Di Huan was meditating under the lake when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. He was instantly awakened from his meditation. Moreover, he was so excited that he felt as though he had been injected with chicken blood. Throughout the past few years, he had never stopped searching for Duan Lingtian. Even after the devil clans had invaded the upper province, he was still determined to find Duan Lingtian. He wanted to avenge his son. He realized that his son's death, to a certain extent, had become his obsession. If Duan Lingtian did not die, he would definitely die when he had to face the 8th bodiless celestial tribulation. For this reason, he did not care about the invasion of the devil clans. He only wanted to find Duan Lingtian and avenge his son. At the same time, he wanted to help Duan Lingtian overcome his obsession so he could face the 8th bodiless celestial tribulation. To Di Huan, the devil clans slaughtering humans and people from the Saint Province realm had nothing to do with him. Only his own affairs were the most important. He would only do his best to deal with the devil clans if the devil clans wanted to kill him. Currently, even if the Patriarch of the Dragons sent him to deal with the devil clans, he would only deal with it as he was not interested in it at all. How could he not be excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice and learned Duan Lingtian had come to him? Although he was in the midst of cultivating, he quickly regained his senses. Annihilate my dragons? Humph. I'd like to see where you, Duan Lingtian, get the confidence to speak such arrogant words. When Di Huan recalled Duan Lingtian's arrogant words, he narrowed his eyes and smirked disdainfully. In the next moment, bang! As Di Huan's legs shook the void, the space immediately collapsed. Terrifying cracks appeared in the void. The cracks in the void intertwined with each other, forming a huge spider web in the void. Swoosh! At the same time, Di Huan shot up into the sky, stirring up a gust of wind as he flew toward the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian, I, Di Huan, ordered my men to kill the members of the 7 Absolutes sect. Today, I'd like to see where you get your courage from to annihilate my dragons. Today, I, Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, will kill you among the dragons. I'll show the world that no one can blaspheme the dignity of our dragons. Di Huan shot up into the sky and flew toward Duan Lingtian through the clouds. His voice that was as loud as a bell resonated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, his voice swept through the dragon's residence, alarming all the dragons. It's Elder Di Huan. Elder Di Huan has personally made a move. Let's go. Let's go and watch the show. I'd like to see how many moves Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect, can take from Elder Di Huan. Humph. Elder Di Huan is the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, and he's a 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to take even one move from Elder Di Huan. That's what I think too. The members of the dragon's residence who were enraged by Duan Lingtian's arrogant words were excited when they heard Di Huan's voice. Chapter 2485. The people from the dragon's impression of Duan Lingtian was from a few years ago. At that time, they knew Duan Lingtian was extremely strong. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, even after a few years had passed and Duan Lingtian had reappeared, they still regarded him as a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not think the current Duan Lingtian was comparable to Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons. At the very least, most of the people from the dragons thought so. Of course, there were also a few people from the dragon clan who were calmer and more thoughtful. A few years ago, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. Recently, Duan Lingtian has completely disappeared. It's likely he's in closed-door cultivation and hasn't gone out at all. It's very likely that his strength has improved since a few years ago. Not only did he trespass on our territory, but he even said that if we don't hand over the culprit who killed the 7 Absolutes sect's disciples, he'll annihilate the dragon tribe. He's either too confident or he's digging his own grave. As the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, would Duan Lingtian be suicidal? The people from the dragons were much calmer than the rest. They had considered the situation thoroughly. Unfortunately, their voices were too soft. They were soon drowned out by the voices of the people from the Dragon Clan who were confident in Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan. They did not manage to stir up even the slightest commotion. Duan Lingtian, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, moved like the wind and arrived behind the clouds above the Dragon Clan's estate. When he saw the purple-clad young man standing in the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he let out a low roar of excitement. This was Di Huan's first time meeting Duan Lingtian. However, he had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait more than once in the past, so he had long memorized the Duan Lingtian's appearance and physique. Even if Duan Lingtian had disguised himself, as long as he didn't hide his body shape, he would still be able to recognize him at a glance. What's more, the Duan Lingtian standing in front of him was not in disguise. A moment later, Di Huan appeared near Duan Lingtian in a flash. He stood in the air and stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. In his eyes, the flames of anger were brewing. They continued to rise and burn, as if they would soon turn into a prairie fire. Di Huan? As soon as Di Huan appeared, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Di Huan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's face emitted waves of coldness as though it was covered in a layer of frost. In fact, Duan Lingtian had long guessed that the mastermind behind the deaths of the dragons who killed Guli, Yu Wuying, and the others was Di Huan. He was also the father of Elder Di Chun of the dragons in the past. However, when he heard Di Huan admit it, he could not help but feel angry. When Di Huan appeared and confronted Duan Lingtian, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following waves of swift rushing sounds, dozens of figures appeared behind the clouds in the sky above the dragon tribe's territory in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number of these figures continued to increase. In a short moment, there were over 100 people. These people were dragons who had gathered from all over the dragon's residence to join in the fun. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Greetings, Elder Di Huan. The first thing these dragons did when they arrived was to greet Di Huan, who was confronting Duan Lingtian. After that, they stood at the side and watched the situation unfold. He's Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect? That's him. Although I've never seen him in person, I've seen his portrait before. He's the one who threatened to annihilate all dragons if we don't hand him the mastermind behind the deaths of his Seven Absolutes sect's disciples. Elder Di Huan has already said that he's the mastermind behind the deaths of his Seven Absolutes sect's disciples. Now that Elder Di Huan is here, I'd like to see what he can do to Elder Di Huan. Humph. I bet he didn't know that the mastermind behind the deaths of his Seven Absolutes sect's disciples was Elder Di Huan, right? At this moment, most of the dragons were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, aware of the dragon's contempt for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not care about it at all. He looked at Di Huan emotionlessly before he asked indifferently, earlier, "You were the one who said that you were the one who ordered the deaths of my Seven Absolute sect's disciples?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his question, his tone was still indifferent. However, there was a hint of killing intent in his tone. "So what if I did?" Di Huan sneered in response to Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he was not afraid of anything. "What enmity do they have with you and the dragons?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in them. "Yes, they have no enmity with me and the dragons, but they're from the Seven Absolute sect. Duan Lingtian, you humiliated my son and caused him to become obsessed with you, causing him to fail his heavenly tribulation. If you don't show up when I want to kill you, I'll kill your Seven Absolute sect's disciples to vent my anger. Instead of saying that I ordered my men to kill them, it's more accurate to say that you, Duan Lingtian, caused their deaths." The sneer on Di Huan's face deepened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Then, do you know why I humiliated your son?" Upon hearing Di Huan's words, energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, causing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to become a part of his energy. Following that, his energy skyrocketed as though he had transformed into a ball of flames. When he rose into the air, he seemed to have transformed into a flaming beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At this moment, it was apparent that Duan Lingtian had also cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic that he had mastered. "I'm not interested in knowing," Di Huan replied coldly. "You're not interested in knowing? Then, I'll let you know." Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his narrowed eyes, and his eyes shone brightly. "It's because your son, under the circumstances that he thought his strength surpassed mine, he first humiliated me with words and asked me to kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy. I, Duan Lingtian, am merely giving him a taste of his own medicine by humiliating him." A hint of coldness could be seen on the corners of Duan Lingtian's lips when he finished speaking. Previously, when he had humiliated Di Chun, he was merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. He did not feel guilty at all. However, Di Huan had vented his anger on the members of the Seven Absolutes sect because of that incident. He was thoroughly enraged. "So what?" Di Huan sneered again as his eyes shone fiercely. "Today, Duan Lingtian came knocking on my door and trampled on the dignity of the dragons. I, Di Huan, will kill you to protect the dignity of the dragons and avenge my son." As soon as Di Huan finished speaking, a vast energy surged out of his body and slammed into the air, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void. Moreover, the cracks did not close up even after a long time. "The Supreme Elder is going to make his move. Elder Di Huan is going all out. If the Supreme Elder makes his move, Duan Lingtian will definitely die." When the crowd saw that a battle was about to break out, they held their breaths as they focused on the scene before them. Most of them thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die if Di Huan made his move. "Duan Lingtian, die!" Di Huan roared as he made his move against Duan Lingtian under everyone's watchful eyes. As a seven tribulation bodiless celestial, Di Huan was, naturally, not weak. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Only a few dragons and bodiless celestials managed to catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Di Huan's speed was ridiculously fast in the eyes of a few dragons and bodiless celestials, but to Duan Lingtian, he was as slow as a snail. "You're just like an ant." A disdainful smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Di Huan had overestimated himself and made a move against him. Then, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was the celestial sword he had used when he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Body and sword as one. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial sword shone with dazzling sword rays. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Even the pores all over his body shot out a myriad of sword gleams. In the end, they fused with his body and condensed into a simple and unadorned sword. The sword hovered in the air with its aura concealed, making it look like an ordinary weapon. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into an inconspicuous sword, calmly swung his sword at Di Huan, who was charging at him. Swoosh! The crisp sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Everyone present on the scene clearly saw the sword. Even some of the weaker dragons could see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's sword. They had a feeling when they saw the sword. This sword was extremely ordinary. At the same time, a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons scoffed. "I thought Duan Lingtian would be able to unleash some terrifying technique after becoming one with his sword. I didn't expect his sword to be so ordinary. Does he really think he can stop Elder Di Huan with just this sword? He must be dreaming." The sixth tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons was about to say that Duan Lingtian was dreaming. He was the one who had interrupted his own words. In the next moment, a horrified expression appeared on his face as he stared at Di Huan in disbelief. Heavens! How's this possible? Chapter 2486. Swoosh. The sound of a sword whistling in the air was short-lived. The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials of the dragon clan were shocked by the scene in front of them, and their pupils constricted. "Please have mercy. Stop." 2 anxious voices rang in the air. In the blink of an eye, the people who spoke appeared again. They were a middle-aged man and an old man. However, the 2 of them were still too late. Di Huan, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who was charging at Duan Lingtian, was killed in just a blink of an eye. Gasp, 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 gasp. The members of the dragon clan were stunned when they saw their supreme elder, Di Huan, being killed in just a blink of an eye. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp in shock. Fear and horror were written all over their faces. How's this possible? Elder Di Huan is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's extremely powerful. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian. I'm not dreaming, right? Elder Di Huan was killed by Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of 7 absolute sect, with just a single blow. Most of the clansmen of the dragons had lost sight of Di Huan as soon as he made his move. They only regained their senses after Di Huan was killed. When they regained their senses, they were, naturally, shocked and in disbelief. After all, apart from the elusive patriarch, the 3 supreme elders, including Di Huan, were the strongest in the dragon clan. But now, Di Huan had died in front of them. Moreover, he had been killed in just a single blow. They could not help but shudder when they thought about it. Swoosh. At the same time, the plain-looking sword that had pierced through Di Huan's glabella and arrived at the other side after killing Di Huan flashed and turned into a tall purple figure. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Since Di Huan had taken the initiative to attack him, he did not remain idle. He immediately activated the elementary devouring spell that had increased his strength and combined it with the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, which gave him the ability to become one with the sword. Then, he performed the 13 green lotus swords and faced Di Huan head-on. The strength of his attack was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could Di Huan, a mere 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, possibly withstand Duan Lingtian's attack? He was directly killed by him. "Senior brother Guli, I've avenged you." After Duan Lingtian appeared, he did not pay any attention to the 2 dragons who had just arrived, nor did he pay any attention to the other dragons. He just stood there, looking straight into the sky, muttering to himself. To him, not only was Guli a member of the 7 absolute sect, but he was also his friend and senior brother. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself. Meanwhile, the 2 dragons who had just arrived looked at Duan Lingtian from a distance. Their faces paled, but they had no intention of making a move. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Since Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, could easily kill Di Huan, who was also a supreme elder like them, it meant he could easily kill them as well. After all, they were only 7 tribulation bodiless celestials like Di Huan. Duan Lingtian, he's so strong now. The current sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, it seems like he's not much weaker than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, both of them could not help but tremble in fear. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was someone who was on par with the dragons. Now, Feng Qingyang's successor was born, and he was also heaven-defying. They could not help but feel shocked. It's the Supreme Elders. The 2 Supreme Elders are here as well. Moreover, they seem to be trying to stop Duan Lingtian from killing Elder Di Huan. Trying to stop Duan Lingtian from killing Elder Di Huan? What a joke. Duan Lingtian killed Elder Di Huan with just a blow. These 2 Supreme Elders are 7 tribulation bodiless celestials like Elder Di Huan. It's impossible for them to stop Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, even if Elder Di Huan isn't dead, I'm afraid the 3 Supreme Elders from the dragons won't be a match for him even if they join forces. Isn't it obvious? Soon after, more and more clansmen from the Dragon's clan began to recognize the 2 supreme dragons who had just arrived. They were the other two supreme elders from the Dragon's clan. They were as famous as Dihuan, the supreme elder who had just been killed. The other two supreme elders from the Dragon's clan? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the clansman's words. Then, he looked at the two supreme elders from the Dragon's clan indifferently. Earlier, he had vaguely sensed these two supreme elders were not simple. He did not expect them to be so powerful. These two men were the other two supreme elders of the Dragon clan. They were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials who were as famous as Dihuan. Duan Lingtian chuckled inwardly when he saw the supreme elders from the Dragon's clan, seemed a little nervous when he looked at them. It was as though they were afraid he would attack them. It's time for me to return. Since Duan Lingtian had killed the mastermind behind the deaths of Gu Li, Yu Wuing, and the others, he did not plan to stay in the Dragon's clan any longer. After looking at the two supreme elders from the Dragon's clan, he prepared to leave. His main purpose in coming to the Dragon's clan was to avenge Gu Li and the others. He did not care about the Dragon's declaration that they were against him and the 7 Absolutes sect. He knew the Dragon's clan would not hesitate. In the near future, the Dragon clan would make a new announcement. Even if they were not on good terms with the 7 Absolute sect, they would definitely not be enemies with the 7 Absolute sect. Duan Lingtian was confident that he and his wife, Kerr, would be strong enough to deter the dragons. He believed the dragons would not dare to target the 7 Absolutes sect anymore. Duan Lingtian was about to leave when a voice suddenly rang in the air. Humph! A thunderous snort rang in the air. It was deafening and seemed to come from all directions. You think you can just leave after killing the supreme elders of the Dragon's clan? Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect? Do you really think no one in the Dragons can stop you? After the cold snort was heard, a dignified voice sounded. Lord Clan Leader. When the two supreme elders of the Dragon clan heard the voice, they turned around and looked at the empty space in the distance. They bowed respectfully. Their attitudes were extremely humble. Lord Clan Leader? Seeing the actions of the 2 grand elders of the Dragon clan, the remaining members of the Dragon clan were stunned for a while. After that, they also turned around and bowed to the empty space in the distance and said respectfully, Senior Elder, please accept my invitation. Welcome, Lord Clan Leader. Welcome, Lord Clan Leader. After hearing the words of the 2 supreme elders of the dragons, they also realized the owner of that voice was none other than the clan leader of the dragons. Right now, the dragons only had one clan leader, and that was the inner clan leader of the dragons. At the same time, he was also the strongest person among the dragons. Lord Patriarch has always been elusive. Even though I'm a loose immortal, I've never seen him. However, I didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, would cause such a ruckus today, allowing me to meet Lord Clan Leader. One of the dragon's loose immortals muttered to himself. He couldn't help but feel excited. In his eyes, the inner clan leader of the dragons was a godlike existence. It was his good fortune to be able to meet him. As for the other dragons, only a few of them had seen the inner clan leader of the dragons before, and they were all looking at the empty space in front of them with anticipation in their eyes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in the empty space in the distance, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared. It was a tall and sturdy old man. The old man was wearing a long golden robe. He had a square face, and his facial features were firm. His brows were sharp, and he gave off a dignified aura. With one look, one could tell that he was someone who had been in a high position for a long time. At this moment, the dignified golden-clad old man was looking at Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave. When Duan Lingtian heard the old man's voice, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he came to a halt. At the same time, he calmly looked at the old man who had just appeared. He stared back at him without fear. In the end, Duan Lingtian was the first to speak. Everyone thinks you're an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial among the dragons. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly after exchanging glances with the patriarch of the dragon clan. His words revealed the patriarch's cultivation base. You can tell I'm a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the patriarch of the dragon clan could not help but exclaim in surprise. You're right, Duan Lingtian? His original dignified image had also vanished without a trace at this moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh inwardly when he heard the clan leader of the dragon's words. If it was before he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he would not have been able to tell. He had encountered a few 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone and discovered the uniqueness of their auras. For this reason, he was able to recognize a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial immediately. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Initially, when Duan Lingtian said the clan leader of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the other dragons, apart from the 2 supreme elders, did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, when they heard the clan leader of the dragon's words, they realized something was amiss. Chapter 2487. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Is this true? Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial is at the peak of the mundane realms. Moreover, they don't appear in every era. However, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial has appeared in this era? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The members of the dragons were shocked when they learned their patriarch was indeed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Before this, they had all known that the Dragon Clan's patriarch was the #1 powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. However, they thought the patriarch of the Dragon Clan was only an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not expect their patriarch would not be surprised. The clan leader of the Dragon Clan was not an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, but a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realms. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Lord Patriarch to be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm not dreaming, right? Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in this era of the Devil Clan's invasion? If Lord Patriarch makes a move, the Devil Clans will definitely run back to the land of exile with their tails between their legs. That's right. Whether it's the Saint Province realm or the land of exile, it's rare for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in every era. Although we have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in this era, it doesn't mean the Devil Clans have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. Many members of the Dragon's clan could not help but look forward to seeing their patriarch personally forcing the Devil Clans to run back to the land of exile. At that time, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Clan would become the saviors of the Saint Province realm. They could not help but feel excited just by thinking about those scenes. No matter who it was, they all had a dream of becoming a hero. As members of the Dragon Clan, they were no exception. When they thought about how they could bask in the glory of their Lord Patriarch and become a member of the Savior Clan, they felt that they were bound together for glory. Apart from the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan, the other 2 supreme elders of the Dragon Clan were the only ones who were able to remain calm after learning that the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As the supreme elder of the Dragon's Clan and a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was, without a doubt, the pillar of the Dragon's Clan. This kind of existence had a lot of contact with the Dragon Clan leader and naturally knew the cultivation base of the Dragon Clan leader. In other words, both of them, including Di Huan, who had just been killed by Duan Lingtian, knew the clan leader of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is it strange that I can tell you're a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? When Duan Lingtian saw that the dragon's clan leader was surprised that Duan Lingtian could see through his cultivation, his expression remained unchanged. Isn't it strange? The clan leader narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Not only did an eminent celestial manage to kill our supreme elder, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he even managed to see through my cultivation base. Isn't it strange? The clan leader of the dragon's clan leader opened his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze turned sharp as though it could pierce through anything. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm when he saw the change in the eyes of the Dragon Clan's patriarch. However, although Duan Lingtian could still maintain a calm expression, it did not mean that the others present on the scene could do the same. That's right. This Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. How did he see through Lord Patriarch's cultivation base? The divine consciousness of an eminent celestial is weaker than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a three-tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to detect the cultivation base of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. How did this Duan Lingtian do it? This Duan Lingtian is really strange. Are all the successors of the first absolute of the seven absolutes sect, the fog rain lineage, so unique? All the dragons present, including the two supreme elders, were puzzled by Duan Lingtian's ability to see through the cultivation base of the dragon's patriarch. At the same time, they also vaguely realized Duan Lingtian, the successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, was most likely a freak that was not inferior to the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. Now that you mention it, Dragon Clan leader, it is indeed strange. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard the patriarch of the Dragon Clan's words. Then, he continued to ask, in that case, what do you intend to do? Do you want to avenge Di Huan and put yourself at risk? Or do you want me to leave and announce that the Dragon's Clan will no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian and the Seven Absolute Sect? Duan Lingtian spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. However, the expressions of the people from the Dragon's Clan changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. What did he mean by putting himself at risk? Duan Lingtian actually said the patriarch of the Dragon's Clan would put himself at risk if he wanted to avenge Di Huan, the supreme elder? He's crazy. Duan Lingtian is crazy. Lord Clan Leader is a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. He's at the peak of the mundane realm. I wonder where Duan Lingtian gets his courage from. Does he really think he's invincible just because he killed Elder Di Huan? Most of the Dragon clansmen present on the scene thought Duan Lingtian had lost his mind. They thought he had lost his mind for saying such words. Although they were certain Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial after witnessing him killing Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, with just a blow, they were certain Duan Lingtian was as strong as an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they did not believe Duan Lingtian was stronger than their patriarch of the Dragon's Clan. After all, their patriarch of the Dragon's Clan was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was at the peak of the mundane realms. Nobody in the mundane realms was a threat to a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. The patriarch of the Dragon's Clan's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The expressions of the people from the Dragon's Clan, including the patriarch of the Dragon's Clan and the two supreme elders of the Dragon's Clan, changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Who did Duan Lingtian think he was? Not only that, but he also hinted to the Dragon Clan's clan leader that if the Dragon Clan's clan leader wanted to avenge their grand elder, Di Huan, he would sacrifice himself. Duan Lingtian had even said he wanted their patriarch of the Dragon's Clan to announce that they would no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian and the Seven Absolute Sect. Did Duan Lingtian think he was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian, although the patriarch of the Dragon's Clan had lived for tens of thousands of years, he could not suppress his anger at this moment. I'll kill you today to avenge Elder Di Huan. I'd like to see how a mere eminent celestial like you can kill a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial like me. As soon as the patriarch of the Dragon's Clan finished speaking, a vast and majestic energy surged out of his body and slammed into the void, leaving cracks in the void. These cracks in the void were like dragons that were suspended in the void and intertwined with each other. It was as if they had transformed into a gigantic spider's web. It was extremely terrifying. This is the strength of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, the people from the Dragon's Clan were shocked by the strength of their patriarch of the Dragon's Clan. Even the two supreme elders of the Dragon's Clan were shocked. Although they knew their patriarch of the Dragon's Clan had become a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, they had never seen him fight before. For this reason, they were unfamiliar with the strength of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Now that they had witnessed it, they realized the gap between them and a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was like a chasm. Some of the weaker members of the Dragon's clan were sent flying by the shockwaves from the patriarch of the Dragon's clan. They could only watch from afar as their patriarch of the Dragon's clan prepared to attack Duan Lingtian at any time. It seems like you're interested in fighting me, patriarch of the Dragon's clan. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the patriarch of the Dragon's clan's strength surging. The celestial sword that Duan Lingtian had just put away appeared in his hand again. Dazzling sword rays shot out as he channeled his energy into it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the sword rays shot out, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. As expected, it's a legendary celestial supreme treasure. The patriarch of the Dragon's clan exclaimed excitedly as soon as the celestial sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Greed could be seen in his eyes as he stared at the celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hand. What? Are you interested in my celestial sword, patriarch of the Dragon's clan? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw the greed in the patriarch of the Dragon's clan's eyes. It's easy if you want my celestial sword. You just have to kill me. Humph. The patriarch of the Dragon's clan snorted coldly. Even if you don't remind me, I'll kill you and take your celestial supreme treasure to avenge Elder Di Huan. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes abruptly, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the patriarch of the Dragon's clan could not help but tremble. Suddenly, the space he was in seemed to have caved in. Chapter 2488. Duan Lingtian, since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The patriarch of the dragons roared and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a hurricane. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the patriarch of the dragons charged toward Duan Lingtian, the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out as well. It circled Duan Lingtian's body and continued to split into sword rays. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, and 100 turned into 1,000. In the end, the sword ray that was hovering around Duan Lingtian rose into the air and formed a mysterious sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. It emitted waves of mysterious aura. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to summon the sword ray in the face of the Dragon Clan's patriarch. Not only that, but he had also fused the profundity of the 13 green lotus swords with his sword. In the end, a sword net barrier was formed not far in front of him as a form of defense. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. The patriarch of the dragons had arrived in front of the sword net barrier. At the same time, he unleashed a thunderous attack on the sword net barrier. Boom! 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 As the sword light barrier swayed and trembled, waves of extremely powerful energy swept out in all directions. For a moment, only the 2 supreme elders of the dragons managed to stop themselves. The rest of the dragons were forced to retreat. Of course, the distance at which the Dragon Clan's members were knocked back also varied. Those who were stronger did not retreat too far. Those who were weaker were even directly sent flying. Impossible. Before the rest of the dragons could recover from their shock, the patriarch of the dragons' voice boomed like thunder. It shocked the dragons so much that their hearts skipped a beat. Then, they turned to look at the patriarch of the Dragon Clan in unison. At a glance, they discovered that the dragon's patriarch's attack just now was unable to break through the sword net barrier in front of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the sword net barrier had not been broken by the dragon's clan leader. It had only dimmed a little, but in the blink of an eye, it shone with dazzling light again. It was obvious that it would not take long for it to return to its peak state. When the dragons saw this scene, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. They were completely frightened. Lord Patriarch was actually unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defenses? Are you kidding me? Lord Patriarch, that's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If that's the case, this Duan Lingtian might not be weaker than the clan leader? If that's the case, it explains why he was so calm from the beginning until the end, even though he knew Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, his strength is on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. An eminent celestial has strength on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Does this mean Duan Lingtian's strength is on par with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? When the group of dragon clansmen saw Duan Lingtian's technique, they were shocked as well. At the same time, they realized something was amiss. At this moment, they knew Duan Lingtian was on par with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang from 100,000 years ago. This was because Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and fight a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial. His strength was on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. You're just an eminent celestial. How can you be so strong? The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Even Sword Saint Feng Qingyang isn't as strong as him before he ascended to a Devata realm. However, the reason why he's so strong is because he once entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. A hint of disbelief could be heard in the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's voice when he spoke. You know about the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Duan Lingtian was surprised when he heard the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's words. He did not expect the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader would know about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Why wouldn't I know about it? The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader said in a deep voice. When Feng Qingyang, the sword saint of the Seven Absolute sect, entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, many ancestors of the dragons and phoenixes entered as well. However, apart from Feng Qingyang, no one else came out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. A hint of dread could be heard in the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's voice when he spoke about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Then, do you know the reason I've gone into hiding all these years is because I entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. What? The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, realization dawned on him as he nodded. I see. In that case, everything makes sense. No wonder you're as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, you've also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. Does this mean the celestial supreme treasure in your hand came from the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well? When the patriarch of the dragon clan finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Flames of greed burned in the depths of his eyes. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian has also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. At this moment, the two Supreme Dragons clan leader, who were also aware of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, finally understood. They were no longer surprised by Duan Lingtian's strength. The Beyond Heaven secret zone? What's that? Naturally, unlike the two supreme elders of the Dragon Clan who knew about the Beyond Heaven secret zone, this was the first time the other members of the Dragon Clan had heard about it. All of them were dumbfounded. Roar. While most of the members of the Dragon Clan were still in a daze, the Dragon Clan leader's body suddenly trembled. At the same time, he let out a roar that sounded like a beast's roar. It spread out, bringing a deafening feeling to everyone present. Many people from the Dragon's clan leader's clan, who were still in a daze, regained their senses. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the clan leader of the dragon tribe shone brightly and transformed into his original form. He was a golden divine dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. He hovered in the void and covered the sky. An 8-clawed golden dragon? As soon as the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader transformed into his true form, Duan Lingtian noticed there were 8 claws on each of the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's claws. Moreover, it was an 8-clawed golden dragon. Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you can withstand the full force of my true form's attack. All of a sudden, the 8-clawed golden dragon that the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader transformed into spoke. As soon as he spoke, his voice reverberated in the air like a deafening bell. In the next instant, the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's huge body seemed to have disappeared into thin air under everyone's watchful eyes. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could clearly see the patriarch of the dragon clan moving at lightning speed. It was as though the patriarch of the dragon clan had transformed into a thick golden whip as he swung it at Duan Lingtian. Wherever the whip passed, it tore the void apart like a piece of paper. The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader charged at Duan Lingtian, menacingly, as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Go! In the face of the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader, Duan Lingtian controlled the sword formation to win. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling rang in the air. The sword formation under Duan Lingtian's control seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon as it charged fearlessly toward the patriarch of the dragon clan. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dazzling light exploded. It was so blinding that they could not help but squint their eyes. The moment they squinted their eyes, bang! A loud noise was heard. Boom! 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 Following that, a series of deafening noises could be heard clearly by everyone's ears. Wah! When the group of dragons opened their eyes, they saw Duan Lingtian being sent flying. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Our patriarch is still better than him. Instantly, many of the dragon's clan leaders' eyes lit up. However, at this moment, another noise was heard, attracting the attention of the group of dragons' clan leader. At this moment, they discovered the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader. At some point, their patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had reverted to his human form. He was standing in the distance and had spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked rather wretched. Our patriarch is injured as well? This is a lose-lose situation? At this moment, the people from the dragon's clan leader finally realized what was going on. Even though their patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had reverted to his true form, the 8-clawed golden dragon, he was still unable to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I can't kill you, but you're no match for me as well. After a while, the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader, who had finally caught his breath, said to Duan Lingtian in a deep voice, "However, you'll have to give me an explanation for killing Dihuan, the supreme elder of the dragon's clan leader. Otherwise, when you ascend to the Devata realm, I'll search the entire Saint Province realm and annihilate the entire Seven Absolutes sect." Oh? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's words. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he asked in a deep voice, "Then, I'd like to know what kind of explanation you want from me, patriarch of the dragon's clan leader? As long as you leave the celestial supreme treasure in your hands behind, I and the dragon's clan leader will forgive you and the Seven Absolutes sect." The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader said, "So, you want my celestial sword?" Duan Lingtian finally understood. "Since you want it, why don't I give it to you?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw the celestial sword at the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader as though it was a piece of trash. Chapter 2489. The patriarch of the dragon clan did not expect Duan Lingtian would obediently hand over the celestial supreme treasure as soon as he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian was so cooperative that he wondered if he was dreaming. He had threatened Duan Lingtian earlier because he was certain Duan Lingtian must have ascended to the heavenly supreme treasure. He was certain Duan Lingtian had ascended to the Devata realm before him. If Duan Lingtian had ascended to the Devata realm, the Seven Absolutes sect would lose Duan Lingtian's support and would be at the mercy of the Dragon Clan. Although his threat was effective, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so cooperative. He was still in a daze when he caught the celestial sword that Duan Lingtian had thrown to him. Duan Lingtian's cooperation was beyond his expectations. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so tactful." The patriarch of the Dragon Clan narrowed his eyes at Duan Lingtian as he held the celestial sword that Duan Lingtian had thrown to him. A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he said, "However, haven't you thought about the fact that without this celestial supreme treasure, your strength is equivalent to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial?" "What? Patriarch of the Dragons, are you going back on your word? You want to attack me after I obediently hand over the immortal supreme treasure as you wish?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. He narrowed his eyes when he heard the patriarch of the dragon's words. "You're very smart. The eyes of the patriarch of the dragon clan flashed coldly as he said coldly, Duanling Tian, you're a huge threat to the dragon clan if you're still alive. For this reason, you must die today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too naive. You only handed over the celestial supreme treasure after I swore on the lightning penalty oath that I wouldn't make a move against you. You're cutting off your own path of retreat by doing this. You can't blame me. The patriarch of the dragon's voice was filled with killing intent when he spoke. Haha, this Duanling Tian is simply seeking death. Upon hearing the clan leader of the dragon clan's words, many of the clan leaders of the dragon clan laughed. He's the sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect. How could he be so careless as to hand over the celestial supreme treasure without even asking Lord Clan Leader to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Isn't this a little inappropriate? After all, Lord Patriarch has already said that if he doesn't hand over the celestial supreme treasure, he'll annihilate the 7 Absolutes sect. Some of the dragons could not help but frown. They felt the Patriarch of the Dragons was going back on his word. Lord Patriarch said that if Duanling Tian doesn't hand over the celestial supreme treasure, he'll annihilate the 7 Absolutes sect after he ascends to the Devata realm. However, Lord Patriarch didn't say that he won't kill Duanling Tian after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. That seems to be the case. In that case, Lord Patriarch isn't going back on his word. As long as Lord Patriarch doesn't target the 7 Absolutes sect after this, he's not going back on his word. The people from the dragons discussed among themselves. However, they no longer felt the Patriarch of the dragons was going back on his word. They felt Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, was too stupid for not allowing their Patriarch to swear on the lightning penalty oath. That was why he was forced into a passive position. Even if Duanling Tian died today, he had only himself to blame. Now that Duanling Tian has lost the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is definitely weaker than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Lord Patriarch doesn't use the celestial supreme treasure, it'll be easy for him to kill Duanling Tian. That's right. Earlier, Lord Patriarch fought Duanling Tian to a draw even without using the celestial supreme treasure. Now that Duanling Tian has lost the celestial supreme treasure, he's definitely no match for Lord Patriarch. Today, the sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect will die in the dragon's estate. Most of the people from the dragons looked at Duanling Tian as though they were looking at a dead man. After all, they did not think Duanling Tian had a chance of surviving after losing the celestial supreme treasure. In the past, the celestial supreme treasure was only a legend to the people from the dragon's estate. Even so, it did not affect their understanding of the celestial supreme treasures. They knew how much a celestial supreme treasure could improve a person's strength. For this reason, they were certain that Duanling Tian's strength was not weak. After losing the celestial supreme treasure, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to be as strong as he was earlier. Then, does this mean you're going to kill me, clan leader of the dragons? Duanling Tian asked calmly with narrowed eyes when he heard the words of the clan leader of the dragons. Even now, he did not panic in the slightest. Of course, the clan leader of the dragons said confidently, you can only blame yourself for being stupid. You didn't make me swear on the lightning penalty oath that I won't attack you after you hand over the celestial supreme treasure. The chief of the dragons was puzzled as to why Duanling Tian was able to remain calm. However, he did not think that Duanling Tian would be able to cause any trouble after losing the celestial supreme treasure. In his opinion right now, Duanling Tian was like a fish on his chopping board, completely at his mercy. If that's the case, clan leader of the dragons, will you keep your promise and not attack the members of the 7 Absolutes sect after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure? Duanling Tian suddenly opened his eyes and asked bluntly. The patriarch of the dragons could not help but be stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He had never thought that Duanling Tian would still think of a member of the 7 Absolutes sect when he was on the brink of death. You don't have to worry about that. Since you've handed over the celestial supreme treasure, I'll, naturally, keep my promise and won't attack anyone from the 7 Absolute sect, the patriarch of the dragons said. As soon as the patriarch of the dragons finished speaking, Many of the dragons who were more upright could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the patriarch of the dragons would go back on his word and attack the members of the Seven Absolutes sect after this. If that really happened, it would be difficult for them to accept it. After all, they did not want to believe that the patriarch of the dragons would go back on his word. Good. Very good. As soon as the patriarch of the dragons finished speaking, a bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face. Patriarch of the dragons, based on what you've said, after you die today, I won't touch any member of the dragon clan. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. This was because his words were too frightening. At the very least, to the members of the dragons, his words were too frightening. This Duan Lingtian, is he crazy? What kind of nonsense is he spouting? He even handed over the celestial supreme treasure. Does he really think he can kill our patriarch? Even if he didn't hand over the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is only on par with our patriarch. Now that he doesn't even have the celestial supreme treasure, he still dares to say such arrogant words? Is he crazy? I really don't know. Where does he get the courage to say such things at this point? When the members of the dragons regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. They felt that Duan Lingtian must be dreaming. Haha, when the patriarch of the dragons regained his senses, he could not help but burst into laughter. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. Duan Lingtian, I really don't know where you get the courage to say such things after you've lost the celestial supreme treasure. After I die, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me without the celestial supreme treasure. After the patriarch of the dragons stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain and mocked him. Without the celestial supreme treasure? When Duan Lingtian heard the patriarch of the dragons' words and faced the mocking gazes of the dragons, he smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. Once he infused his energy into it, it shot out streaks of sharp sword rays. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sword glow swallowed and spat out, an incomparably sharp aura once again spread out. These streaks of aura were comparable to the aura of the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. This is, when they sensed the sharp aura, the members of the dragons were not the only ones whose expressions changed. Even the expression of the clan leader of the dragon tribe froze at this moment. Another celestial supreme treasure? The two great supreme elders of the dragons looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. They did not expect this at all. After losing a celestial supreme treasure, Duan Lingtian actually managed to retrieve another celestial supreme treasure. Since when did celestial supreme treasures become so worthless? That's a celestial supreme treasure? I think so, right? Oh my god. How many celestial supreme treasures does Duan Lingtian have? Is this still a legendary celestial supreme treasure? Since when did celestial supreme treasures become so worthless? When they realized that the sword Duan Lingtian had taken out was also a celestial supreme treasure, the members of the dragons were dumbfounded. This was something that they had never dreamed of. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have a second celestial supreme treasure. At the same time, the patriarch of the dragons had also recovered from the shock of seeing Duan Lingtian take out a second celestial supreme sword. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes as he said, however, "Do you think you'll be able to kill me with another celestial supreme treasure? Don't forget, I have a celestial supreme treasure in my hands now. Earlier, when we fought to a draw, I was at a disadvantage because I didn't have a celestial supreme treasure. Now that I have a celestial supreme treasure as well, it won't be difficult for me to kill you." The patriarch of the dragons was full of confidence as he spoke. Today, Duan Lingtian is destined to give us, the dragons, a celestial supreme treasure. The patriarch of the dragons said. Hearing the dragon clan's clan leader's words, the eyes of the two supreme elders of the dragon clan lit up at the same time, and their breathing quickened. Chapter 2490. They did not doubt that the Patriarch of the Dragons would be able to snatch the second celestial supreme treasure from Duan Lingtian. It was just as the Patriarch of the Dragons had said. Now that he had a celestial supreme treasure as well, it would not be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, who also had a celestial supreme treasure. After all, the Patriarch of the Dragons was able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw even without a celestial supreme treasure. Now that he had a celestial supreme treasure, he would definitely be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Give the dragons a celestial supreme treasure? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the Patriarch of the Dragons' words. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Go ahead and try." "Of course I'll try," the Patriarch of the Dragons shouted coldly. Then, he activated the celestial sword in his hand and launched a thunderous attack at Duan Lingtian. He did not hold back at all. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single blow so that Duan Lingtian would not have a chance to turn the tables. The Patriarch of the Dragons was clearly an expert in using swords. When he attacked with the celestial sword, he integrated his techniques perfectly into it and unleashed an attack comparable to an ordinary golden celestial. The sword seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Submission of 10,000 soldiers. However, in the face of the Patriarch of the Dragon's ferocious attack, Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for a long time, condensed a sword formation above his head again. Immediately after, a mysterious aura spread out from the sword formation and swept in all directions. When the aura shrouded the Patriarch of the Dragons, he was shocked to discover that the celestial supreme treasure was no longer in his hand. The celestial sword in his hand was no longer under his control. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial sword injured his hand and flew toward the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. In just a blink of an eye, it became a part of the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. That was not all. The group of dragon clansmen who were carrying weapons seemed to be drawn out by an invisible force and merged with the sword formation hovering above Duan Lingtian's head, becoming a part of the sword formation. What's going on? This technique. What technique is this? How did he snatch my weapon? All of a sudden, those from the dragon clan who had their weapons stolen started to panic again. Patriarch's Lord's celestial supreme treasure as well? The Patriarch of the Dragons, Patriarch of the Dragons, Patriarch of the Patriarch of the Patriarch of the Dragons' Patriarch of the Patriarch. He Duan Dragon, S Patriarch and Duan Celestial Supreme Treasures right. Duan Celestial Supreme Treasure. A Duan Celestial Supreme Celestials Swords Treasure Celestial Supreme Treasure? Duan Heavens was sword was Duan Dragons? Duan Dragon. It was the celestial sword that had just escaped his control. This is the technique Sword Saint Feng Qingyang used to subdue 10,000 soldiers. As the Patriarch of the Dragons, Patriarch, he knew about the history from 100,000 years ago. He knew Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had a technique that could subdue all the weapons in the area and make them submit to him. However, that technique can subdue a celestial supreme treasure? Although the Patriarch of the Dragons knew Feng Qingyang had such a technique, he did not know it could subdue a celestial supreme treasure. No wonder Duan Lingtian was so cooperative when he handed the celestial supreme treasure to me. As it turns out, he had already anticipated this. He knew I wouldn't be able to use the celestial supreme treasure to attack him even if I obtained it. As the Patriarch of the Dragons, Patriarch, he was, naturally, not a fool. He quickly figured this out. At this moment, the Patriarch of the Dragons, Patriarch, felt like he had nowhere to vent his anger. He had been fooled by Duan Lingtian. Patriarch of the Dragons, take my sword formation again. Duan Lingtian's cold voice rang in the ears of the Patriarch of the Dragons. The Patriarch of the Dragons, Patriarch, was shocked. He hastily reverted to his true form and exerted all his strength to meet Duan Lingtian's sword formation head-on. Boom, 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 boom. History repeated itself. However, this time, Duan Lingtian had two celestial supreme treasures in his sword formation. Although the strength of the two celestial supreme treasures could not be completely combined, the overall strength was still slightly stronger than before. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had managed to severely injure the Patriarch of the Dragons at the cost of minor injuries. Although Duan Lingtian managed to injure the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan, the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan was an 8-clawed golden dragon. His recovery ability was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was recovering from his injuries, the Patriarch of the Dragons' Patriarch had also recovered from his injuries. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that I won't be able to take you down today. The Patriarch of the Dragon's 10,000-meter-long body hovered in the air. He stared at Duan Lingtian with his huge eyes as he said in a thunderous voice, "However, it's impossible for you to kill me. I'll take a step back. As long as you hand over a celestial supreme treasure, the dragons and I will no longer be enemies with you and the Seven Absolutes sect. Otherwise, I'll definitely wreak havoc in the Seven Absolutes sect after you've ascended." Even at this moment, the Patriarch of the Dragons still coveted the celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hands. You should know that as an eminent celestial, you'll be forcefully pulled to the Devata realm by the celestial ascension force in a few years. As a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has just passed the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation less than 100 years ago, I can still stay in the mundane realm for more than 900 years. You'd better think about it carefully. The Patriarch of the Dragons did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian. The Patriarch of the Dragons would be able to stay in the mundane realm longer than Duan Lingtian. As long as you hand over a celestial supreme treasure, we'll be able to bury the hatchet between the Seven Absolutes sect and the dragons. The Patriarch of the Dragons said confidently, as though he had Duan Lingtian under his control. "You're right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Indeed, it's impossible for me to kill you. If that's the case, you should hand over a celestial supreme treasure. It'll be best for both of us, the Seven Absolutes sect and the dragons." The Patriarch of the Dragons said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Duan Lingtian's calm expression changed abruptly as a sneer appeared on his face. "I only said it's impossible for me to kill you. However, I didn't say it's impossible for other people to kill you." Duan Lingtian said, "Other people?" The Patriarch of the Dragons was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he sneered and said, "Duan Lingtian, don't try to fool me. Currently, in the mundane realm, unless you can find a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to join forces with you, nobody can kill me." Devil clans? 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian cocked an eyebrow in surprise when he heard the Patriarch of the Dragons' words. The devil clans have a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial as well? Isn't it said that 9-tribulation bodiless celestials don't appear in every era in the Saint Province realm and the land of exile? Why is there a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm? Why is there a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clan? Duan Lingtian was shocked. There's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans? At the same time, the members of the dragon clan who were present were also shocked when they heard the words of their clan leader. After all, they had just learned that there were 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the devil clans. No wonder Lord Patriarch didn't manage to defeat the devil clans, even though he's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, there's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans as well. I really didn't expect this. If Lord Patriarch joins forces with the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, it's not impossible for them to kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. The members of the dragons discussed among themselves. They felt the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan should not fight with Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. Instead, they should work together to defeat the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. If you join forces with that fellow to kill me, Duan Lingtian and the Seven Absolute sect will be condemned for eternity in this mundane realm. The Patriarch of the Dragons sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would not join forces with the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to kill him. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian would join forces with the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to annihilate the dragon's clan. However, after he died, the minor-major mirror image talisman on him would immediately shatter. At the same time, the The mirror image would be transmitted to the corresponding mirror image talisman and displayed to the owner of the mirror image talisman. The owner of the mirror image talisman was none other than the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. In other words, if Duan Lingtian joined forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to kill him, he would be condemned for eternity. Sect leader Duan. At this moment, one of the supreme elders of the dragon's clan stepped forward and said to Duan Lingtian, "Our patriarch is the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the upper province. If you give our patriarch a celestial supreme treasure, not only will it resolve the enmity between you and our patriarch, but it'll also give you a chance to join forces with our patriarch to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and defeat the devil clans. Why don't you do it?" The supreme elder of the dragon's clan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner. That's right. The other supreme elder of the dragon's clan stepped forward and said, "Sect leader Duan, if you join forces with our patriarch, you'll definitely be able to defeat the devil clans. From today onward, your name will go down in history along with our patriarch. This is a great thing for you. All you have to do is give us a celestial supreme treasure." The 2 supreme elders of the dragon's clan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian scoffed disdainfully. Naturally, I'll kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and defeat the devil clans. However, there's no need for me to join forces with your patriarch. I don't need to join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to kill you. Chapter 2491. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me without the help of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the patriarch of the dragons felt he had been underestimated and insulted. He could not help but laugh out loud. "I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me with the techniques you've used earlier." Most of the people from the dragons shook their heads when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Does Duan Lingtian really think our patriarch is a pushover? Even if our patriarch doesn't have a celestial supreme treasure, he's still a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How can an eminent celestial like him kill him? Based on the situation earlier, it's obvious Duan Lingtian has used his full strength. However, he's only evenly matched with our patriarch. With his strength, it's impossible for him to kill our patriarch if he doesn't join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it's obvious he doesn't intend to join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. However, why is he so confident that he can kill Lord Patriarch? The people from the dragons were stunned by Duan Lingtian's confidence. After all, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it was impossible for him to kill the patriarch of the dragons. However, they were confused by Duan Lingtian's confidence. The patriarch of the dragons looked at Duan Lingtian with a disdainful expression on his face. Kerr. Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as though there was something behind the clouds. Kerr. The people from the dragons were stunned by Duan Lingtian's gentle call. Someone's there? Immediately afterward, they also raised their heads and looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian's gaze. Their divine senses also whizzed out immediately. However, he didn't find anything. There's no one. Is there really someone there? Why didn't I notice? That Duan Lingtian is deliberately mystifying things, right? Many of the dragons thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. Who are you? The leader of the dragons vaguely sensed that there was a person standing behind the clouds. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, that person made a move and dove down. Is there really someone? All the dragons present, including the 2 supreme elders, couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they heard the chief's words. Then, he stared at the clouds in the sky, trying to see if there was really someone behind the clouds. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the clouds that they were staring at suddenly dispersed. Then, there was a flash in front of their eyes. Before they could react, they saw another figure. They didn't know when, but a slim figure had appeared next to Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that it was a woman. Who is she? She's so fast. The expressions of the 2 dragon clan grand elders changed the moment their gazes landed on the woman. This was because the woman was too fast. They didn't know how the woman appeared. They didn't even see any trace of the woman's figure when she appeared next to Duan Lingtian. This meant that the woman's speed was beyond the range of what they could see with their naked eyes. Naturally, they knew very well what this meant. Even when Lord Clan Leader moved, we were still able to catch some traces of Lord Clan Leader's movements. However, how did this woman appear there? I didn't even notice her at all. The same goes for me. The two supreme elders of the dragon's expression was one of shock after they spoke through voice transmission. In that case, there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that this woman is stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. The second possibility is that this woman appeared so suddenly that we didn't notice her. That's true. I hope it's the latter. If it's the former, it'd be unbelievable. Even if it's the latter, she's definitely not weak. As the two Dragon Clan Grand Elders continued to communicate via voice transmission, they looked at the woman standing beside the purple-robed young man again, and their eyes were filled with wariness. Who's she? At the same time, the group of people from the dragon's eyes shifted to the woman who suddenly appeared next to Duan Lingtian. The peerless face of the woman that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful caused their eyes to light up. Her graceful figure even caused their eyes to be filled with extraordinary splendor. However, most of the people from the dragons had a solemn expression on their faces. This was because they did not see how the woman appeared. Who's this woman? She's so fast. I'm a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, but I didn't see how she appeared. However, I'm certain she came from the sky. She's the cur that Duan Lingtian mentioned? Duan Lingtian was so confident he could kill Lord Patriarch. Moreover, he said there was no need for him to join forces with the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Could it be that his confidence came from this woman? Could it be that this woman is also a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? The people from the dragon clan whispered among themselves as they looked at the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in their eyes. Many of them speculated. This woman was most likely a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian be so confident earlier? Who are you? The patriarch of the dragon's eyes was filled with fear as he looked at the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. Although his divine sense had detected the existence of the woman in front of him, the feedback given to him by his divine sense allowed him to clearly sense that this woman was not simple. In particular, when the woman descended from the sky and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in a flash, her speed was so fast that even he could only vaguely catch a glimpse of her afterimage. This meant the woman was not weak at all. She was even faster than him. He was certain the woman was not weak at all. She was most likely a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. As for why her speed was so fast, it must be because she had obtained a movement celestial supreme treasure that could increase her speed. However, the patriarch of the dragon's question was met with silence. The woman who appeared next to Duan Lingtian was none other than Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker. When Duan Lingtian tossed the celestial sword in his hand to the patriarch of the dragons as though it was a piece of trash, he had already contacted his wife, Ker, who was far away in the northern region, through a communication jade token. This was because it was very difficult for him to kill the dragon's clan leader with his own strength. It did not cross his mind that the leader of the dragons would be a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even when he found out that the leader of the dragon's clan was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not intend to make an enemy out of the dragon's clan. That was because he had already taken his revenge and done what he had to do. As long as the dragons did not make him and the 7 absolutes sect their enemy in the future, he could let bygones be bygones. However, what he did not expect was that the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader was determined to kill him to avenge Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon's clan. Moreover, the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader coveted the celestial sword in his hand and wanted to kill him to take it away. However, that was not all. What Duan Lingtian could not accept was the fact that the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had attacked him. When the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader realized it was impossible for him to take the celestial sword away, the patriarch of the dragon's clan had threatened him. If he did not hand over the celestial sword, he would annihilate the entire Seven Absolutes sect after he ascended to the Devata realm. At that time, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader to death. For this reason, he had decided to ask Kerr to come and inform Kerr about it. Then, he handed the celestial sword to the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader. He wanted to see what would happen if the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader did not return. Would the clan leader of the Dragons go back on his word after obtaining the immortal supreme treasure and say that he would annihilate the Seven Invincible sect? If the clan leader of the Dragons went back on his word, he wouldn't mind wiping out the entire clan of the Dragons after the death of the clan leader. The chief of the Dragons would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian cooperated and gave him an immortal sword, not to tease him, but to test his integrity. If he didn't keep his word, all the dragons would be buried with him. Brother Tian, are we just going to kill him alone? After Kuer appeared, she glanced at the patriarch of the dragon clan before she looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to her. Her emotionless eyes were filled with gentleness at this moment. At this moment, in Kerr's eyes, it was as if Duan Lingtian was the only person left in the world. At least he kept his word. After I gave him the celestial sword, he promised not to harm the members of the Seven Absolutes sect. So, it's enough to kill him alone. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader and said calmly, "You should be thankful that you didn't go back on your word. Otherwise, not only would you die today, but all the dragons would be buried with you." Duan Lingtian's words revealed something. Earlier, he cooperated and gave the celestial sword to the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader, not to tease him, but to test if he would keep his word. This Duan Lingtian, he didn't cooperate and give the celestial supreme treasure to the patriarch because he thinks he has the ability to take it back? I originally thought that Duan Lingtian did that to tease the patriarch. However, after hearing what he said, it seems like he was testing the patriarch's integrity. From the beginning, he was certain that the patriarch would die today. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.